Chapter 11. The Death of Adrin. "I think he should be beaten again," said Larian, moving her fingers in the complex motions of maiden hand talk. "He is like a child, and when a child touches something dangerous, the child is beaten. If a child hurts himself because he was not taught properly to stay away from knives, then the shame is upon his parents." "The previous beating did not seem to do any good," Suriel replied. "He accepted it like a man, not a child, but did not change his actions." "Then we must try again," Larian replied. Aviendha dropped her rock into the pile by the watch-post, then turned around. She did not acknowledge the maidens who watched the way into the camp, and they did not acknowledge her. Speaking to her while she was being punished would only heighten her shame, and her spear sisters would not do that. She also didn't indicate that she understood their conversation. While nobody expected a former handmaiden to forget hand talk, it was best to be unobtrusive. The hand talk belonged to the maidens. Aviendha selected a large stone from the second pile, then began to walk back into camp. If the maidens continued their conversation, she could not tell, as she could no longer see their hands. But their discussion lingered with her. They were angered that Rand al'Thor had gone to meet with the general, Rodel Ituralde, without guards. It was not the first time he had acted so foolishly. and yet he seemed unwilling, or unable, to learn the proper way. Each time he put himself in danger without protection, he insulted the maidens as surely as if he had slapped each one in the face. Avienda probably had some small toe toward her spear sisters. Teaching Randall Thor of Aiel ways had been her task, and she had quite obviously failed. Unfortunately, she had a much greater toe toward the wise ones, even if she still didn't know the reason. Her lesser duty to her spear sisters would have to wait for an appropriate time. Her arms ached from carrying rocks. They were smooth and heavy. She had been required to dig them out of the river beside the manor house. Only her time spent with Elaine, when she had been forced to bathe in water, had given her the strength to walk into that river. In that she had not shamed herself. And at least this river was a small one. Wetlanders might inaccurately call it a stream. A stream was a tiny mountain runoff in which you could dip your hands or fill a water skin. Anything too large to step across was definitely a river. The day was overcast, as usual, and the camp was subdued. Men who had bustled just days before, when the Aiel had arrived, were more lethargic now. The camp wasn't by any means unkempt. Davram Bashir was too careful a commander to allow that, wetlander though he was. However, the men did move more slowly. She had heard some of them complain that the dark sky was dampening their moods. How strange wetlanders were. What did the weather have to do with one's mood? She could understand being displeased that no raids were approaching, or that a hunt had gone poorly. But because there were clouds in the sky? Was shade so poorly appreciated here? She shook her head, continuing on her way. She had chosen stones which would strain her muscles. To do otherwise would have been to make light of her punishment, and she wouldn't do that, although each step pained her honor. She had to cross through the entire camp in full sight, doing work that was useless. She would rather have been naked before them all outside of the sweat tent. She would rather have run 1,000 laps, or been beaten so hard that she couldn't walk. She reached the side of the manor house and deposited her stone with a hidden sigh of relief. 2 Wetlander soldiers from Bashir's army stood guarding the door into the manor, a counterpart to the 2 maidens at the other end of Avienda's trek. As she stooped and picked up a large stone from a second pile by the wall, she overheard them speaking. "Burn me, but it's hot," one of the men complained. "Hot?" the other one replied, glancing at the overcast sky. "You're jesting." The first guard waved his hand at himself, puffing out and sweating. "How can you not feel that? You must have a fever or something." The first guard shook his head. "I just don't like the heat, that's all." Avienda picked up her rock and began to walk back across the green. After some contemplation, she had determined that being a wetlander required one common attribute, a fondness for complaining. During her first months in the wetlands, she had considered this shameful. Did that guard not care that he was losing face in front of his fellow by exposing his weakness? They were all like that, even Elaine. If you listened to her talk about the aches, sicknesses, and frustrations of her pregnancy, you would almost think she was approaching death. However, if complaining was something that Elaine did, then Avienda refused to accept it as a sign of weakness. Her first sister would not act in such a shameful way. Therefore, there had to be some hidden honor in it. Perhaps the Wetlanders exposed their weaknesses to their companions as a means of offering friendship and trust. If your friends knew of your weaknesses, it would give them an advantage should you dance the spears with them. Or, perhaps, the complaining was a Wetlander way of showing humility, much as the Gaishain showed honor by being subservient. She had asked Elaine about her theories and had received only a fond laugh in return. Was it some aspect of Wetlander society that she was forbidden to discuss with outsiders then? Had Elaine laughed because Avienda had figured out something she was not meant to? Either way, it was certainly a way to show honor, and that satisfied Avienda. If only her own problems with the Wise Ones were as simple. It was expected that the Wetlanders would act in erratic, unnatural ways. But what was she to do when Wise Ones behaved so strangely? She was growing frustrated, not with the Wise Ones, but with herself. She was strong and brave. Not as brave as some others, of course. She could only wish to be as bold as Elaine. Still, Aviendha could think of only a few problems which she hadn't been able to solve with the application of spears, the One Power, or her wits. Yet she had failed utterly at deciphering her current predicament. She reached the other side of the camp and deposited her stone, then brushed off her hands. The maiden stood motionless and contemplative. Aviendha moved to the other pile and picked up an oblong rock with a jagged edge. It was 3 handspans wide, and the smooth surface threatened to slip in her fingers. She had to shift it several times before getting a good purchase. She headed back across the trampled winter thatch, past Saldean tents, toward the manor house. Elaine would say that Aviendha hadn't thought the problem through. Elaine was calm and thoughtful when other people were tense. Aviendha sometimes grew frustrated with how much her first sister liked to talk before committing to action. I need to be more like her. I need to remember that I'm not a maiden of the spear any longer. I can't charge in with weapon held high. She needed to approach problems as Elaine did. That was the only way she was going to get her honor back, and only then could claim Rand al'Thor and make him hers, as much as he was Elaine's or Min's. She could feel him through the bond. He was in his room, but was not sleeping. He pushed himself hard and slept too little. The stone slipped in her fingers, and she nearly stumbled as she rebalanced her weight, hefting it in tired arms. Some of Bashir's soldiers walked past, bemused expressions on their faces, and Aviendha felt herself blush. Although they might not know that she was being punished, she was shamed before them. How would Elaine reason out this situation? The Wise Ones were angry at Aviendha for not learning quickly enough, and yet they didn't teach her. They just asked those questions. Questions about what she thought of their situation, questions about Rand al'Thor, or about the way Ruark had handled meeting with the Kara Karn. Aviendha couldn't help feeling that the questions were tests. Was she answering incorrectly? If so, why didn't they instruct her in the proper responses? The Wise Ones didn't think she was soft. What was left? What would Elaine say? Aviendha wished for her spears back so that she could stab something, attack, test herself against another, work out her anger. No, she thought forcefully. I am going to learn to do this as a Wise One. I will find honor again. She reached the manor and dropped her rock. She wiped her brow. Ignoring heat and cold as Elaine had taught her didn't keep her from sweating when she worked her body this hard. Adrin? One door guard asked his companion. Light, you don't look well, truly. Aviendha glanced toward the doorway into the manor. The guard who had been complaining about the heat was sagging against the doorway, hand on his forehead. He really didn't look well. Aviendha embraced Saidar. She wasn't the best at healing, but perhaps she could... The man reached up suddenly, scratching at the skin of his temples. His eyes rolled up in his head, and his fingers tore gashes in his flesh. Only, instead of blood, the wounds spat out a black, charcoal-like substance. Aviendha could feel the intense heat, even from a distance. The other guard gaped in horror as his friend ripped lines of black fire down the sides of his head. A blackish tar oozed out, boiling and hissing. The man's clothing burst into flames, and his flesh shriveled from the heat. He didn't utter a sound. Aviendha shrugged off her shock, immediately weaving air in a simple pattern to pull the unaffected guard to safety. His friend was now just a pulsing mound of black tar which in places sprouted blackened bones. There was no skull. The heat was so strong that Aviendha had to back away, pulling the guard with her. "We're being attacked," the man whispered. "Channelers." "No," Avienda said. "This is something far more evil. Run for help." He seemed too shocked to move, but she shoved him into motion and he began to move. The tar itself didn't seem to be spreading, which was a blessing, but it had already ignited the doorframe of the manor. It could have the entire building in flames before anyone inside was aware of the danger. Avienda wove air and water, intending to extinguish the flame. However, her weaves frazzled and wavered when they got near the fire. They didn't unweave, but this fire somehow resisted them. She took another step back from the awesome burning intensity. Her brow prickled with sweat, and she had to raise her arm to shade her face from the heat. She could barely make out the black char at the center as it began to glow with the deep red and white of extremely hot coals. Soon, only hints of the black remained. The fire spread across the front wall of the building. Avienda heard screams from inside. Avienda shook herself, then growled and wove earth and air, pulling chunks of the ground up around her. She hurled these at the fire, seeking to smother it. Her weave could not draw the heat out, but that did not stop her from using weaves to cast items into the fire. Chunks of grass-covered earth sizzled and hissed, wan blades flashing to ash before the incredible heat. Avienda continued to work, sweating from both the exertion and the temperature. In the distance, she heard people, perhaps the guard among them, calling for buckets. Buckets? Of course! In the threefold land, water was far too valuable to use in fighting fires. Dirt or sand was used, but here they would use water. Avienda took several steps backward, searching out the curling river that ran beside the manor. She could just barely make out its surface, reflecting the dancing reds and oranges of the flames. Already the entire front of the manor was aflame. She felt channeling from inside, Aes Sedai or Wise Ones. Hopefully they would escape out of the back of the building. The fire had engulfed the inner hallway, and the rooms off of it had no doors out. Avienda wove a massive column of air and water, pulling a spout of crystalline liquid from the river and drawing it toward her. The column of water undulated in the air like the creature on Rand's banner, a glassy, serpentine dragon that slammed against the flames. Steam hissed outward in an explosion, washing over her. The heat was powerful and the wave of steam scalded her skin, but she did not back down. She pulled more water, hurling a thick column of it at the darkened mound, which she could only just make out through the steam. That heat was so intense. Avienda stumbled backward a few steps, gritting her teeth, continuing to work. Then there was a sudden explosion as another column of water burst from the river and slammed into the fire. This, along with her own, diverted nearly the entire flow of the river. Avienda blinked. The other column was being directed by weaves she could not see, but she did notice a figure standing in a window up on the second floor, hand forward, face concentrating intensely. Naif, one of Rand's Ashaman. It was said he was particularly strong with air. The fires had retreated, only the tarry mound remained, radiating a powerful heat. The wall near it and the entryway inside had become a gaping, blackened hole. Avienda continued to pull water and dump it on the charred black mass, though she was beginning to feel extremely tired. Handling so much water required her to channel almost to her capacity. Soon the water stopped hissing. Avienda slacked her flow, then let it dribble to a stop. The ground around her was a wet, blackened disarray that smelled heavily of soggy ash. Bits of wood and char floated in the muddy water, and the holes where she had ripped up earth were filled, making pools. She walked forward hesitantly, inspecting the lump that was the remains of the unfortunate soldier. It was glassy and black, like obsidian, and it sparkled wetly. She picked up a length of singed wood, broken from the wall by the force of her water column, and poked at the mass. It was hard and firm. "Burn you!" a voice bellowed. Avienda looked up. Randall Thor strode through the broken hole that now formed the front of the mansion. He stared at the sky, shaking his fist. "I am the one you want. You will have your war soon enough." "Rand," Avienda said hesitantly. Soldiers were milling about the green, looking concerned, as if expecting a battle. Bewildered servants peeked out of rooms inside the manor. The entire episode with the flames had taken less than 5 minutes. "I will stop you!" Rand roared, causing calls of fright from both servants and soldiers. "Do you hear me? I am coming for you! Don't waste your power! You will need it against me!" "Rand!" Avienda called. He froze, then looked down at her, dazed. She met his eyes, and she could feel his anger, almost as she'd felt the intense flames just a short time before. He turned and stalked away, walking back into the building and up the blackened wooden steps. "Light," an anxious voice called. "Does this sort of thing happen often when he is near?" Avienda turned to see a young man in an unfamiliar uniform standing and watching. He was lanky, with light brown hair and coppery skin. She didn't remember his name, but she was fairly certain he was one of the officers Rand had brought back after meeting with Rodel Ituralde. She turned back to the mess, listening to soldiers call orders in the distance. Bashir had arrived and was taking command, telling men to watch the perimeter, though he was likely just giving them something to do. This was not the beginning of an attack. It was just another of the Dark One's touches on the world, like meat spoiling, beetles and rats appearing from nothing, and men dropping dead of strange diseases. "Yes," Avienda said in response to the man's question. "It happens often. More often around the Karakarn than in other places, at least. You have had similar events among your own men?" "I have heard stories," he said. "Only I dismissed them." "Not all stories are exaggerations," she said, looking at the blackened remains of the soldier. "The Dark One's prison is weak." "Bloody ashes," the young man said, turning away. "What have you gotten us into, Rodel?" The man shook his head and stalked off. Bashir's officers began calling orders, organizing the men to clean up. Would Rand move out of the manor now? When pockets of evil appeared, people often wanted to leave. And yet, through her bond with Rand, she felt no urgency. In fact, it seemed that he had gone back to rest. That man's moods were becoming as erratic as Elaine's during her pregnancy. Avienda shook her head and started gathering burned chunks of wood to help clean. As she worked, several Aes Sedai came out of the building and began inspecting the damage. The entire front of the manor was scored with black marks, and the hole where the entryway had been was at least 15 feet across. One of the women, Maurice, eyed Avienda appreciatively. "A shame," she said. Avienda straightened up, lifting a piece of charred wood, her clothing still soaked. With those clouds covering the sun, it would be long before she was dry. "A shame?" she asked. "About the manor?" The portly Lord Talayan, owner of the place, moaned to himself as he sat on a stool inside the entryway, wiping his brow and shaking his head. "No," Maurice said. "A shame about you, child. Your skill with weaves, it is impressive. If we had you in the White Tower, you'd have been an Aes Sedai by now. Your weaving, it has some roughness to it, but you'd learn to fix that quickly if taught by sisters." There was an audible sniff, and Avienda spun. Mylene stood behind her. The golden-haired wise one had her arms folded beneath her breasts, and her stomach was starting to bulge with child. Her face was not amused. How had Avienda let the woman walk up behind her without hearing? She was letting her fatigue make her careless. Mylene and Maurice stared at each other for a long moment. Then the tall Aes Sedai spun in a flurry of green skirts and moved off to speak with the servants who had been trapped by the flames, asking if any of them needed healing. Mylene watched her go, then shook her head. "Insufferable woman," she muttered. To think how we once regarded them." "Wise one?" Avienda asked. "I'm stronger than most Aes Sedai, Avienda, and you're far stronger than I am. You have a control and understanding of weaves that puts most of us to shame. Others have to struggle to learn what comes naturally to you. Roughness to your weaves," she says. "I doubt any of the Aes Sedai, save perhaps Cadsuane Sedai, could have managed what you did with that column of water. Moving water that far required you to use the river's own flow and pressure." "Is that what I did?" Avienda asked, blinking. Mylene eyed her, then snorted again softly to herself. "Yes, that is what you did. You have such great talent, child." Avienda swelled with praise. From wise ones it was rare, but always sincere. "But you refuse to learn," Mylene continued. "There isn't much time. Here, I have another question for you. What do you think of Rand al'Thor's plan to kidnap these Damani merchant chiefs?" Avienda blinked again, so tired it was hard to think. It defied reason that the Damani used merchants as leaders in the first place. How could a merchant lead people? Did not merchants have to focus on their wares? It was ridiculous. Would the Wetlanders ever stop shocking her with their strange ways? And why was Mylene asking her about this now of all times? "His plan seems a good one, wise one," Avienda said. "Yet the spears do not like being used for kidnapping. I think the Karakarn should have spoken in terms of offering protection, forced protection for the merchants. The chiefs would have responded better to being told they were protecting rather than kidnapping. They would be doing the very same thing, no matter what you call it." "But what you call the thing is important," Avienda said. "It is not dishonest if both definitions are true." Mylene's eyes twinkled, and Avienda caught a hint of a smile on her lips. "What else do you think of the meeting?" "Rand al'Thor still seems to think that the Karakarn can make demands like a Wetlander king. This is my shame. I failed to explain the right way." Mylene waved a hand. "You have no shame there. We all know how bull-headed the Karakarn is. The wise ones have tried as well, and none have been able to train him correctly." So, that wasn't the reason for her dishonor before the wise ones. What was it then? Avienda ground her teeth in frustration, then forced herself to continue. "Regardless, he needs to be reminded, again and again. Ruark is a wise and patient man, but not all clan chiefs are so. I know that some of the others wonder if their decision to follow Rand al'Thor was an error." "True," Mylene said. "But look at what happened to the Shido." "I did not say they were right, wise one," Avienda said. A group of soldiers were hesitantly trying to pry up the glassy black mound. It appeared to have fused to the ground. Avienda lowered her voice. "They are wrong to question the Karakarn, but they are speaking to one another. Rand al'Thor needs to realize that they will not accept offense after offense from him without end. They may not turn against him like the Shido, but I would not put it past Timolan, for instance, to simply return to the Threefold Land and leave the Karakarn to his arrogance." Mylene nodded. "Do not worry. We are aware of this possibility." That meant wise ones had been sent to soothe Timolan, who was chief of the Miagoma Aiel. It would not be the first time. Did Rand al'Thor know how hard the wise ones worked behind his back to maintain Aiel loyalty? Probably not. He saw them all as one homogeneous group, sworn to him to be used. That was one of Rand's great weaknesses. He could not see that Aiel, like other people, did not like being used as tools. The clans were far less tightly knit than he believed. Blood feuds had been put aside for him. Couldn't he understand how incredible that was? Couldn't he see how tenuous that alliance continued to be? But not only was he a Wetlander by birth, he was not a wise one. Few Aiel themselves saw the work the wise ones did in a dozen different areas. How simple life had seemed when she had been a maiden. It would have dazzled her to know how much went on beyond her sight. Mylene stared blindly at the broken building. "A remnant of a remnant," she said as if to herself. "And if he leaves us burned and broken like those boards, what will become of the Aiel then? Do we limp back to the Threefold Land and continue as we did before? Many will not want to leave. These lands offer too much." Aviendha blinked at the weight of those words. She had rarely given thought to what would happen after the Karakarn was finished with them. She was centered on the now, upon regaining her honor and being there to protect Randall Thor at the last battle. But a wise one could not just think of the now or the tomorrow. She had to think of the years ahead and the times that would be brought upon the winds. A remnant of a remnant. He had broken the Aiel as a people. What would become of them? Mylene glanced back at Aviendha, her face softening. "Go to the tents, child, and rest. You look like a Sharadan that has crawled on his belly across 3 days of sand." Aviendha looked down at her arms, seeing the flakes of ash from the burnings. Her clothing was soaked and stained, and she suspected that her face was just as filthy. Her arms ached from carrying the stones all day. Once she acknowledged the fatigue, it seemed to crash upon her like a windstorm. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to remain upright. She would not shame herself by collapsing, but she did turn to leave, as instructed. "Oh, and Aviendha," Mylene called. "We will discuss your punishment tomorrow." She turned in shock. "For not finishing with the stones," Mylene said, surveying the wreckage again. "And for not learning quickly enough. Go." Aviendha sighed. Another round of questions, and another undeserved punishment. There was a correlation of some sort. But what? She was too exhausted to think about it for now. All she wanted was her bed, and she found herself treacherously recalling the soft, luxurious mattresses back in the palace of Cainlan. She forced those thoughts out of her mind. Sleep that soundly, muffled in pillows and down comforters, and you'd be too relaxed to wake if someone tried to kill you in the night. How had she let Elaine convince her to sleep in one of those soft, feathered death traps? Another thought occurred to her as she pushed that one away. A treacherous one. A thought of Randall Thor, resting in his room. She could go to him. No, not until she had her honor back. She would not go to him as a beggar. She would go to him as a woman of honor, assuming that she could ever figure out what she was doing wrong. She shook her head and trotted toward the Aiel camp at the side of the green. Chapter 12. Unexpected Encounters. Egwene walked the cavernous halls of the White Tower, lost in thought. Her two red keepers trailed along behind. They seemed a little sullen these days. Elida ordered them to stay with Egwene more and more often. Though the individuals changed, there were almost always two with her. And yet it seemed that they could sense that Egwene considered them to be attendants rather than guards. It had been well over a month since Siuan had conveyed her disturbing news in Tel'aran'rhiod, Riyadh, but still Egwene thought about it. The events were a reminder that the world was coming apart. This was a time when the White Tower should have been a source of stability. Instead, it divided against itself, while Rand al'Thor's men bonded sisters. How could Rand have allowed such a thing? There was obviously little left of the youth with whom she'd grown up. Of course, there was little of the youthful Egwene left, either. Gone were the days when the two of them had seemed destined to end up married, living on a little farm in the Two Rivers. That, oddly, led her to thinking of Gawain. How long had it been since she'd last seen him, stealing kisses in Cairhien? Where was he now? Was he safe? Keep focused, she told herself. Clean the patch of floor you're working on first before you move on to the rest of the house. Gawain could look after himself. He'd done a competent job of that in the past. Too competent in some cases. Siuan and the others would deal with the Ashaman matter. The other news was far more disturbing. One of the Forsaken in the camp? A woman, yet channeling saidin instead of saidar? Egwene would have called it impossible once, yet she had seen ghosts in the halls of the White Tower, and the corridors seemed to rearrange on a daily basis. This was just another sign. She shivered. Halima had touched Egwene, supposedly massaging her headaches away. Those headaches disappeared as soon as Egwene had been captured. Why hadn't she considered that Halima might have been causing them? What else had the woman been plotting? What hidden knots would the Aes Sedai stumble over? What traps had she laid? One section of the floor at a time. Clean what you could reach, then move on. Siuan and the others would have to deal with Halima's plots, too. Egwene's backside hurt, but the pain was growing increasingly irrelevant to her. Sometimes she laughed when beaten, sometimes not. The strap was unimportant. The greater pain, what had been done to Tar Valon, was far more demanding. She nodded to a group of white-clothed novices as they passed her in the hallway, and they bobbed down in curtsies. Egwene frowned, but didn't chastise them. She just hoped that they wouldn't draw penances from the trailing Reds for showing deference to Egwene. Her goal was the quarters of the Brown Aja, the section that was now down in the wing. Maidani had taken her time volunteering to train Egwene today. The command had finally come today, weeks after the first dinner with Elida. Oddly, however, Benai Nalsad had also offered to give her instruction this day. Egwene hadn't spoken to the Shienaran Brown since that first conversation some weeks before. She'd never repeated lessons with the same woman twice, and yet the name had been given to her in the morning as the first of the day's visits. When she reached the East Wing, which now held the brown sector of the tower, her red minders reluctantly took up positions in the hallway outside, waiting for her return. Elida probably would have liked them to stay with Egwene, but after the Reds themselves had been so exacting in protecting their boundary, there was little chance of another Aja, even the mild Browns, letting a pair of Red sisters infiltrate their quarters. Egwene hurried her pace as she entered the section with brown tiled floors, passing bustling women in nondescript, muted dresses. It was going to be a full day, with her appointments with sisters, her scheduled beatings, and her regular novice load of scrubbing floors or other chores. She arrived at Benai's door, but hesitated there. Most sisters agreed to train Egwene only when forced into the duty, and the experience was often unpleasant. Some of Egwene's teachers disliked her because of her affiliation with the rebels. Others were annoyed by how easily she could craft weaves, and still others were infuriated to find that she would not show them respect, like a novice. These lessons, however, had been among Egwene's best chances to sow seeds against Elida. She'd planted one of those during her first visit with Ben-I. Had it begun to sprout? Egwene knocked, and then entered at the call to come in. The sitting room inside was cluttered with the refuse of scholarship. Stacks and stacks of books, like miniature city towers, leaned against one another. Skeletons of various creatures were mounted in various states of construction. The woman owned enough bones to populate a menagerie. Egwene shivered when she noticed a full human skeleton in a corner, held upright and bound together with threads, some detailed notations written directly on the bones in black ink. There was barely room to walk, and only one clear place to sit. Ben-I's own stuffed chair, the armrests worn with a twin set of depressions, doubtless where the Browns' arms had rested during countless late-night reading sessions. The ceiling felt lower for the several mummified fowl and astronomical contraptions which hung above. Egwene had to duck her head beneath a model of the sun in order to reach the place where Ben-I stood rifling through a stack of leather-bound volumes. "Ah," she said as she noticed Egwene. "Good." Slender in a bony sort of way, she had dark hair that was streaked with gray from age. The hair was in a bun, and she, like many Browns, wore a simple dress that hadn't been fashionable for a century or two. Ben-I moved over to her stuffed sitting chair, ignoring the cipher chairs by the hearth. Both of those had accumulated stacks of papers since Egwene's previous visit. Egwene cleared off a stool, placing the dusty skeleton of a rat on the floor between two stacks of books about the reign of Arthur Hawkwing. "Well, I suppose we should get on with your instruction then," Ben-I said, settling back in her chair. Egwene kept her face calm. Had Ben-I requested an opportunity to train Egwene again? Or had she been forced into it? Egwene could see an unsophisticated brown sister getting repeatedly roped into a duty that nobody else wanted. At Ben-I's request, Egwene performed a number of weaves, work far beyond the skill of most novices, but easy for Egwene, even with her power dampened by forkroot. She tried to tease out the Browns' feelings on the relocation of her quarters, but Ben-I, like most of the Browns Egwene had spoken to, preferred to avoid that topic. Egwene did some more weaves. After a time, she wondered just what the point of the meeting was. Hadn't Ben-I asked her to demonstrate most of these very same weaves during her previous visit? "Very well," Ben-I said, getting herself a cup of tea from a pot warming on a small coal brazier. She didn't offer any tea to Egwene. "You are skilled enough at that. But I wonder, do you have the sharpness of mind, the ability to deal with difficult situations that an Aes Sedai is required to have?" Egwene said nothing, though she did pointedly pour herself some tea. Ben-I did not object. "Let's see," Ben-I mused. "Suppose that you were in a situation where you were in conflict with some members of your own Aja. You have happened upon information you weren't supposed to know, and your Aja's leaders are quite upset with you. Suddenly you find yourself being sentenced to some most unpleasant duties, as if they are trying to sweep you under the rug and forget about you. Tell me, in this situation, how would you react?" Egwene almost choked on her tea. The Brown wasn't very subtle. She had begun asking about the 13th depository, had she? And that had landed her in trouble? Few were supposed to know about the secret histories that Egwene had mentioned so casually during her previous visit here. "Well," Egwene said, sipping her tea, "let me approach it with a clear mind. Best to view it from the perspective of the Aja's leaders, I should think." Ben-I frowned faintly. "I suppose. Now, in the situation you describe, can we assume that these secrets have been entrusted to the Aja for safekeeping? Ah, good. Well, from their perspective, important and careful plans have been upset. Think of how it must look. Someone has learned secrets they should not. That whispers of a disturbing leak somewhere among your most trusted members. Ben-I paled. I suppose I could see that. Then the best way to handle the situation would be twofold, Egwene said, taking another sip of tea. It tasted terrible. First, the leaders of the Aja would have to be reassured. They need to know that it wasn't their fault that the information leaked. If I were the hypothetical sister in trouble, and if I'd done nothing wrong, I'd go to them and explain. That way they could stop searching for the one who let information slip. But, Ben-I said, that probably won't help the sister, the hypothetical one in trouble, get out of her punishments. It couldn't hurt, Egwene said. Likely she's being punished to keep her out of the way while the Aja leaders search for a traitor. When they know there isn't one, they'll be more likely to look at the fallen sister's situation with empathy, particularly after she's offered them a solution. Solution? Ben-I asked. Her teacup sat in her fingers as if forgotten. And which solution would you offer? The best one. Competence. Obviously, some people among the Aja know these secrets. Well, if this sister were to prove her trustworthiness and her capability, perhaps the leaders of her Aja would realize the best place for her is as one of the caretakers of the secrets. An easy solution, if you consider it. Ben-I sat thoughtfully, a small mummified finch spinning slowly on its cord directly above her. Yes, but will it work? It is certainly better than serving in some forgotten storeroom cataloging scrolls, Egwene said. Unjust punishment sometimes cannot be avoided, but it is best never to let others forget that it is unjust. If she simply accepts the way people treat her, then it won't be long before they assume she deserves the position they've placed her in. And thank you, Sylviana, for that little bit of advice. Yes, Ben-I said, nodding. Yes, I do suppose that you are correct. I'm always willing to help, Ben-I, Egwene said in a softer voice, turning back to her tea. In, of course, hypothetical situations. For a moment, Egwene worried that she'd gone too far in calling the Brown by her name. However, Ben-I met her eyes, then actually went so far as to bow her head just slightly in thanks. If the hours spent with Ben-I had been isolated, Egwene would still have found it remarkable. However, she was shocked to discover, upon leaving Ben-I's lair of a room, a novice waiting with a message instructing her to attend Nagora, a white sister. Egwene still had time before her meeting with Maidani, so she went. She couldn't ignore a summons from a sister, though she would undoubtedly have to do extra chores later to make up for skipping the floor scrubbing. At the meeting with Nagora, Egwene found herself being trained in logic, and the logical puzzles presented sounded very similar to a request for help in dealing with a warder who was growing frustrated with his increasing age and inability to fight. Egwene gave what help she could, which Nagora declared to be logic without flaw, before releasing her. After that, there was another message, this one from Suana, one of the sitters of the Yellow Aja. A sitter? It was the first time Egwene had been ordered to attend one of them. Egwene hurried to the appointment and was admitted by a maidservant. Suana's quarters looked more like a garden than proper rooms. As a sitter, Suana could demand quarters with windows, and she made full use of her inset balcony as an herb garden. But beyond that, she had mirrors positioned to reflect light into the room, which was overgrown with small potted trees, shrubs growing in large basins of earth, and even a small garden for carrots and radishes. Egwene noticed with displeasure a small pile of rotted tubers in one container, likely just harvested but somehow already spoiled. The room smelled strongly of basil, thyme, and a dozen other herbs. Despite the problems in the tower, despite the rotted plants, She was buoyed by the scent of life in the room, the freshly turned earth and growing plants. And Nynaeve complained that the sisters in the White Tower ignored the usefulness of herbs. If only she could spend some time with plump, round-faced Suana. Egwene found the woman remarkably pleasant. Suana ran her through a series of weaves, many of them related to healing, where Egwene had never particularly shone. Still, her skill must have impressed the sitter, for midway through the lesson, Egwene seated on a cushioned stool between two potted trees, Suana sitting more properly in a stiff, leather-covered chair, the tone of the conversation changed. "We should very much like to have you in the yellow, I think," the woman said. Egwene started. "I've never shown particular skill for healing." "Being of the yellow isn't about skill, child," Suana said. "It's about passion. If you love to make things well, to fix that which is broken, there would be a purpose for you here." "My thanks," Egwene said. "But the Amyrlin has no Ajah." "Yes, but she's raised from one. Consider it, Egwene. I think you would find a good home here." It was a shocking conversation. Suana obviously didn't consider Egwene the Amyrlin, but the mere fact that she was recruiting Egwene to her Ajah said something. It meant she accepted Egwene's legitimacy, at least to some degree, as a sister. "Suana," Egwene said, testing how far she could push that sense of legitimacy. "Have the sitters spoken of what to do about the tensions between the Ajahs?" "I don't see what can be done," Suana replied, glancing toward her overgrown balcony. "If the other Ajahs have decided to see the yellow as their enemy, then I cannot compel them to be less foolish." "They likely say the same about you," Egwene thought, but said, "Someone must make the first steps. The shell of distrust is growing so thick that soon it will be hard to crack. Perhaps if some of the sitters of different Ajahs began taking meals together, or were seen traveling the hallways in one another's company, it would prove instructive for the rest of the tower." "Perhaps," Suana said. "They aren't your enemies, Suana," Egwene said, letting her voice grow more firm. The woman frowned at Egwene, as if realizing suddenly who she was taking advice from. "Well, then, I think it's best that you ran along. I'm certain there is a great deal for you to do today." Egwene let herself out, carefully avoiding drooping branches and clusters of pots. Once she left the yellow sector of the tower and collected her red Ajah attendants, she realized something. She'd gone through all 3 meetings without being assigned a single punishment. She wasn't certain what to think of that. She'd even called 2 of them by name directly to their faces. They were coming to accept her. Unfortunately, that was only a small part of the battle. The larger part was making certain the White Tower survived the strains Elida was placing upon it. Maidani's quarters were surprisingly comfortable and homey. Egwene had always viewed the Greys as similar to the Whites, lacking passion, perfect diplomats who didn't have time for personal emotions or frivolities. These rooms, however, hinted at a woman who loved to travel. Maps hung within delicate frames, centered on the walls like prized pieces of art. A pair of Aiel spears hung on either side of one map. Another was a map of the Seafolk Islands. While many might have opted for the porcelain keepsakes that were so commonly associated with the Seafolk, Maidani had a small collection of earrings and painted shells, carefully framed and displayed, along with a small plaque beneath, listing dates of collection. The sitting room was like a museum dedicated to one person's journeys. An Altaran marriage knife, set with 4 twinkling rubies, hung beside a small Kyrianan banner and a Shinar sword. Each had a small plaque explaining its significance. The marriage knife, for instance, had been presented to Maidani for her help in settling a dispute between 2 houses over the death of a particularly important landowner. His wife had given her the knife as a token of thanks. Who would have thought that the cowering woman of the dinner a few weeks back would have such a proud collection. The rug itself was labeled, the gift of a trader who had purchased it on the closed docks of Shara, then bestowed it on Medani in thanks for healing his daughter. It was of strange design, woven from what seemed to be tiny dyed reeds, with tufts of an exotic gray fur trimming the edges. The pattern depicted exotic creatures with long necks. Medani herself sat on a curious chair made from woven wicker boughs, crafted to look like a growing thicket of branches that just happened to take the shape of a chair. It would have been horribly out of place in any other room in the tower, but it fit within these quarters, where each item was different, none of them related, yet somehow all connected with the common theme of gifts received during travels. The Grey's appearance was surprisingly different from what it had been during the dinner with Elida. Instead of the low-cut, colorful dress, she wore a high-necked gown of plain white, long and tapering, cut as if to de-emphasize her bosom. Her deep golden hair was up in a bun, and she didn't wear a single glimmer of jewelry. Was the contrast intentional? "You took your time summoning me," Egwene said. "I didn't want to appear suspicious before the Amyrlin," Medani said, as Egwene crossed the exotic Shara rug. "Besides, I'm still not certain how I regard you." "I don't care how you regard me," Egwene said evenly, seating herself on an oversized oak chair, bearing a plaque that identified it as a gift from a moneylender in Tyr. "An Amyrlin needs not the regard of those who follow her so long as she is obeyed. You've been captured and overthrown." Egwene raised an eyebrow, meeting Medani's gaze. "Captured? True. The Hall among the rebels will have chosen a new Amyrlin by now. I happen to know that they have not." Medani hesitated. Revealing the existence of contact with the rebel Aes Sedai was a gamble, but if she couldn't secure the loyalty of Medani and the spies, then she was on shaky ground indeed. Egwene had assumed that it would be easy to gain the woman's support, considering how frightened Medani had been at supper. But it seemed that the woman was not as easily cowed as it had appeared. "Well," Medani said, "even if that is true, you must know that they picked you to be a figurehead, a puppet to be manipulated." Egwene held the woman's gaze. "You have no real authority," Medani said, voice wavering slightly. Egwene did not look away. Medani studied her, brow wrinkling slowly, step by step, furrows appearing across her smooth, ageless Aes Sedai face. She searched Egwene's eyes, like a mason searching a piece of stone for flaws before setting it in place. What she found seemed to confuse her further. "Now," Egwene said, as if she had not just been questioned, "you will tell me precisely why you have not fled the tower. While I do believe that your spying on Elida is valuable, you must know how much danger you are in, now that Elida is aware of your true allegiance. Why not leave?" "I cannot say," Medani said, glancing away. "I'm commanding you as your Amyrlin." "I still cannot say." Medani looked down at the floor, as if ashamed. Curious, Egwene thought, hiding her frustration. "It is obvious that you do not understand the gravity of our situation. Either you accept my authority or you accept that of Elida. There is no middle ground, Medani. And I promise you this. If Elida retains the Amyrlin seat, you will find her treatment of those she sees as traitors to be quite unpleasant." Medani continued to look down. Despite her initial resistance, it seemed that she had little strength of will remaining. "I see." Egwene rose to her feet. "You've betrayed us, haven't you? Did you go to Elida's side before you were exposed or after Bayonin's confession?" Medani looked up immediately. "What? No, I never betrayed our cause." She seemed sickened, face pale, mouth a thin line. "How could you think that I'd support that horrid woman? I hate what she has done to the tower." Well, that was straightforward enough. Little room to wiggle around the 3 oaths in those statements. Either Medani was true, or she was black. Though Egwene had difficulty believing that a black sister would endanger herself by telling a lie that could be exposed with such relative ease. "Why not run, then?" Egwene asked. "Why stay?" Medani shook her head. "I cannot say." Egwene took a deep breath. Something about the entire conversation irritated her. "Will you at least tell me why you take dinner with Elida so often? Surely it's not because you enjoy such treatment." Medani blushed. "Elida and I were pillow friends during our days as novices. The others decided that if I were to renew the relationship, perhaps it would lead to my gaining valuable information." Egwene folded her arms beneath her breasts. "It seems reckless to assume she would trust you. However, Elida's thirst for power is guiding her to make reckless moves of her own. So, perhaps the plan was not completely ill-advised. Regardless, she'll never draw you into her confidence now that she knows of your true allegiances." "I know, but it was decided that I shouldn't let on that I'm aware of her knowledge. If I were to back away now, it would let on that we've been warned, and that is one of the precious few edges we now hold." Precious few enough that she should have just run from the tower. There was nothing to be gained by staying. Why, then? Something was holding the woman back, it seemed. Something strong. A promise. "Medani," Egwene said, "I need to know what it is that you aren't telling me." She shook her head. She almost looked afraid. Light, Egwene thought. I won't do to her what Elida does those evenings at supper. Egwene sat back down. "Straighten your back, Medani. You're not some simpering novice. Your Aes Sedai. Start acting like one." The woman looked up, eyes flashing at the taunt. Egwene nodded approvingly. "We will mend the damage that Elida has done, and I will sit in my rightful place as Amyrlin, but we have work to do." "I can't—" "Yes," Egwene said. "You can't tell me what is wrong. I suspect that the 3 oaths are involved, though Light knows how. We can work around the problem. You can't tell me why you've remained in the tower, but can you show me?" Medani cocked her head. "I'm not sure. I could take you to—" She cut off abruptly. Yes, one of the oaths was forcibly preventing her from continuing. "I might be able to show you," Medani finished lamely. "I'm not certain." "Then let's find out. How dangerous will it be if those red handlers of mine follow us?" Medani paled. "Dangerous." "Then we'll have to leave them behind," Egwene said, absently tapping the armrest of her oversized oak chair with one nail as she thought. "We could leave the gray section of the tower by another way, but if we are seen, it could raise difficult questions. There have been a lot of reds lurking near the entrances and exits of our quarters," Medani said. "I suspect all of the Ajas are watching one another like that. It will be very difficult to get away without being noticed. They wouldn't follow me alone, but if they see you—" "Spies? Watching the other Aja quarters? Light, had it gotten so bad? That was like scouts being sent to watch enemy camps. She couldn't risk being seen leaving with Medani, but to go alone would draw attention too. The Reds knew Egwene was supposed to be guarded. That left a problem, one Egwene could think of only one way to solve. She eyed Medani. How far to trust her? "You promise that you do not support Elida, and that you accept my leadership?" The woman hesitated, then nodded. "I do." "If I show you something, do you vow not to reveal it to anyone else without my permission first?" She frowned. "Yes." Egwene made her decision. Taking a deep breath, she embraced the source. "Watch closely," she said, weaving threads of spirit. Dampened by forkroot, she wasn't strong enough to open a gateway, but she could still show Medani the weaves. "What is that?" Medani asked. "It's called a gateway," Egwene said. used for traveling. Traveling is impossible, Maidani said immediately. The ability has been lost for... She trailed off, eyes opening more widely. Egwene let the weave dissipate. Immediately, Maidani embraced the source, looking determined. Think of the place you want to go, Egwene said. You have to know the place you're leaving behind very well to make this work. I assume that you are familiar enough with your own quarters. Pick a destination where nobody is likely to be. Gateways can be dangerous if they open in the wrong location. Maidani nodded, golden bun bobbing as she concentrated. She did an admirable job of imitating Egwene's weave, and a gateway opened directly between the two of them, white lines splitting the air and bending upon itself. The hole was on Maidani's side. Egwene saw only a shimmering patch, like a draft of heat, warping the air. She rounded the gateway, looking through the hole at a darkened stone hallway beyond. The tiles on the floor were of a subdued white and brown, and there were no windows within sight. In the depths of the tower, Egwene guessed. Quickly, Egwene said. If I don't return from your quarters after about an hour, my red minders might begin to wonder what is taking so long. It's already suspicious to have you, of all people, send for me. We can only hope that Elida isn't careful enough to wonder at the coincidence. Yes, Mother, Maidani said, rushing over and taking a bronze lamp from her table, the flame flickering at the spout. Then she hesitated. What? Egwene asked. I'm just surprised. Egwene almost asked what was so surprising, but then she saw it in Maidani's eyes. Maidani was surprised at how quickly she'd found herself obeying. She was surprised by how natural it was to think of Egwene as Amyrlin. This woman hadn't been won over completely, not yet, but she was close. Quickly, Egwene said. Maidani nodded, stepping through the gateway, and Egwene followed. Though the floor beyond was free of dust, the corridor was thick with the musty scent of uncirculated air. The walls were bare of the ornamentations one saw occasionally in the upper corridors, and the only sound was that of a few distant rats scratching. Rats. In the White Tower. Once that would have been impossible. The failure of the wards was just one more impossibility atop an ever-growing stack. This was not an area often given attention by the tower servants. That was probably why Maidani had chosen it to open the gateway. That was well and good, but she was probably erring on the side of safety. This deep within the tower, it would take precious minutes to return to the main hallways and find whatever it was Maidani wished to show her, and that would present its own problems. What would happen if other sisters took note of Egwene moving through the corridors without her normal complement of Red Aja guards? Before Egwene could voice this concern, Maidani began to walk away. Not up the hallway toward the stairwells, but down it, moving deeper. Egwene frowned, but followed. I'm not certain if I'll be allowed to show you, Maidani said softly, her skirts swishing, the sound not unlike that of the faint scrambling of the distant rats. I must warn you, however, that you may be surprised at what you are stepping into. It could be dangerous. Did Maidani mean physical danger or political danger? It seemed that Egwene was in about as much of the latter as was possible. Still, she nodded and accepted the warning with solemnity. I understand. But if something dangerous is happening in the tower, I must know of it. It is not only my right, but my duty. Maidani said no more. She led Egwene through the twisting passage, muttering that she'd have liked to have been able to bring her warder. He was apparently out in the city on some errand. The hall spiraled not unlike the undulating coils of the great serpent itself. Just when Egwene was growing impatient, Maidani stopped beside a closed door. It looked no different from the dozens of other near-forgotten storage rooms that budded off the main corridor. Maidani raised a hesitant hand, then knocked sharply. The door opened immediately, revealing a keen-eyed warder with ruddy hair and a square jaw. He eyed Maidani, then turned to Egwene, his expression growing darker. His arm flinched, as if he'd just barely stopped himself from reaching for the sword at his side. "That will be Maidani," a woman's voice said from inside the room. "Come to report on her meeting with the girl. Adsalan?" The warder stepped aside, revealing a small chamber set with boxes for chairs. It held 4 women, all Aes Sedai, and shockingly, each was of a different Aja. Egwene hadn't seen women of 4 different Ajas so much as walk together in the hallways, let alone hold conference together. Not a single one of them was red, and each of the 4 was a sitter. Siain was the stately woman in white robes and silver trim. A sitter from the white Aja, she had thick black hair and eyebrows, and watery blue eyes that regarded Egwene with an even expression. Beside her was Doacine, a sitter of the yellow Aja. She was slender and tall for a Cairienin. Her rich, rose-colored dress was embroidered with gold. Her hair was adorned with sapphires, matched by the stone at her forehead. Yukiri was the gray sister sitting beside Doacine. Yukiri was one of the shortest women that Egwene had ever met, but she had a way of regarding others that always made her seem in control, even when accompanied by very tall Aes Sedai. The last woman was Saorin, an Altaran sitter for the Brown. Like many Browns, she wore unornamented dresses, this one a nondescript tan. Her olive skin was marred by a scar on her left cheek. Egwene knew very little about her. Of all the sisters in the room, she seemed the least shocked to see Egwene. "What have you done?" Siain said to Maidani, aghast. "Adsalan, bring them in here," Doacine said, rising and gesturing urgently. "If someone were to walk by and see the Alvear girl there—" Maidani cringed before the stern words. Yes, she would require a great deal of work before she had the bearing of an Aes Sedai again. Egwene stepped into the room, moving before the brutish warder could pull her forward. Maidani followed, and Adsalan closed the door with a thump. The room was lit by a pair of lamps that didn't give quite enough light, as if to complement the conspiratorial nature of the women's conference. The boxes might as well have been thrones for the way the 4 sitters occupied them, and so Egwene sat herself on one as well. "You were not given leave to sit, girl," Saorin said coldly. "Maidani, what is the meaning of this outrage? Your oath was to have prevented this sort of lapse." "Oath?" Egwene asked. "And which oath would this be?" "Quiet, girl," Yukiri snapped, slapping Egwene across the back with a switch of air. It was such a faint punishment that Egwene almost laughed. "I didn't break my oath," Maidani said quickly, stepping up beside Egwene. "You ordered me not to tell anyone of these meetings. Well, I have obeyed. I didn't tell her. I showed her." There was a spark of defiance in the woman. That was good. Egwene wasn't certain what was going on in the room, but 4 sitters together presented her with an unequaled opportunity. She'd never thought to get a chance to speak with so many at once. And if these were willing to meet together, then perhaps they were free of the fractures undermining the rest of the tower. Or was their meeting a hint of something more dark? Oaths Egwene didn't know about. Meetings away from the upper corridors. A warder guarding the door. Were these women of 4 Ajas, or of 1? Had she unwittingly bumbled her way into the center of a nest of blacks? Heart beginning to race, Egwene forced herself not to jump to conclusions. If they were black, then she was caught. If they were not, then she had work to do. "This is very unexpected," calm Siain was saying to Maidani. "We'll take extra care with the wording of your future orders, Maidani." Yukiri nodded. "I didn't think that you'd be so childish as to expose us out of spite. We should have realized that you, like all of us, would have experience pushing and bending oaths to suit your needs." Wait, Egwene thought. That sounds like... "Indeed," Yukiri said. "I think that penance will be in order for this infraction. But what are we to do with this girl she brought? She's not sworn on the rod, and so it would be—" "You gave her a 4th oath, didn't you?" Egwene interrupted. "What under the light were you thinking?" Yukiri glanced at her, and Egwene felt another swish of air. You were not given leave to speak. The Amerlin needs no leave to speak, Egwene said, staring the women down. What have you done here, Yukiri? You betray all that we are. The oaths are not to be used as tools of division. Has this entire tower gone as insane as Elida? It's not insanity, Saorin said suddenly, butting into the conversation. The Brown shook her head, more commanding than Egwene would have expected for one of her Aja. It was only done out of necessity. This one couldn't be trusted, not after siding with the rebels. Do not think we're unaware of your own involvement with that group, Egwene Alvir, Yukiri said. The haughty Grey was barely in control of her anger. If we have our way, you will not be treated with such coddling as Elida has shown you. Egwene gestured indifferently. Still me, execute me, or beat me, Yukiri, and the tower will yet be in shambles. The ones you so easily label as rebels are not to blame for that. Secret meetings in the basements, oaths administered without warrant. These are crimes at least equal to that of dividing from Elida. You should not question us, Siain said in a quieter voice. She seemed more timid than the others. Sometimes difficult decisions must be made. We cannot have dark friends among the Aes Sedai, and measures have been taken to search them out. We here each proved to Maidani that we are not friends of the Shadow, and so there can be no harm in making her give an oath to us. It was a reasonable action to make certain we are all working for the same goals. Egwene kept her face calm. Siain had all but admitted to the existence of the Black Aja. Egwene had never expected to hear that from the mouth of a sitter, particularly in front of so many witnesses. So these women were using the oath rod to search out Black sisters. If you took each sister, removed her oaths, and made her re-swear them, you could ask her if she were Black. A desperate method, but, Egwene decided, a legitimate one, considering the times. I concede that it is a reasonable plan, Egwene said, but swearing this woman to a new oath is unnecessary. And if the woman is known to have other loyalties, Saorin demanded. Just because a woman isn't a dark friend doesn't mean she won't betray us in other ways. And that oath of obedience was probably the reason Maidani couldn't flee the tower. Egwene felt a stab of sympathy for the poor woman. Sent by the Saladar Aes Sedai to return and spy on the tower, discovered by these women, presumably, during their search for the Black, then revealed in her true purpose to Elida. 3 different factions, all pushing against her. It's still inappropriate, Egwene said, but we can set that aside for now. What of Elida herself? Have you determined if she is of the Black? Who gave you this charge? And how did your cabal form? Bah! Why are we speaking with her? Yukiri demanded, standing up and putting her hands on her hips. We should be deciding what to do with her, not answering her questions. If I am to help in your work, Egwene said, then I need to be aware of the facts. You're not here to help, child, Doacine said. The slender Kyrian in yellow's voice was firm. Obviously, Maidani brought you to prove that we don't have her completely beneath our thumbs, like a child throwing a tantrum. What of the others? Siain said. We need to gather them and make certain that their orders are worded better. We wouldn't want one of them to go to the Amerlin before we know where her loyalties lie. Others? Egwene thought. Have they sworn all of the spies, then? It made sense. Discover one, and it would be easy to get the names of the others. Have you found any actual members of the Black, then? Egwene asked. Who are they? You are to remain quiet, child, Yukiri said, focusing green eyes on Egwene. One more word, and I shall see you taking penance until you run out of tears to weep. I doubt you can order me to any more of it than I already have, Yukiri, Egwene said calmly. Unless I am to be in the Mistress of Novices' study all day, each day. Besides, if you sent me to her, what would I tell her? That you personally gave me penance? She'd know that I wasn't scheduled to see you today. That might start raising questions. We could just have Maidani order you to penance, said Siain the White. She won't do such a thing, Egwene said. She accepts my authority as Amyrlin. The other sisters glanced at Maidani. Egwene held her breath. Maidani managed a nod, though she looked horrified to be defying the others. Egwene released a quiet breath of thanks. Saorin looked surprised, but curious. Yukiri, still standing with her arms folded, was not so easily dissuaded. That's meaningless. We'll just order her to send you to penance. Will you? Egwene said. I thought you told me that the fourth oath was meant to restore unity, to keep her from fleeing to Elida with your secrets. Now you would use that oath like a cudgel, forcing her to become your tool? That brought silence to the room. This is why an oath of obedience is a terrible idea, Egwene said. No woman should have this much power over another. What you have done to these others is only one step shy of compulsion. I'm still trying to decide if this abomination is in any way justified. The way you treat Maidani and the others will likely sway that decision. Must I repeat myself? Yukiri snapped, turning to the others. Why are we wasting time clucking with this girl like hens left to the range? We need to make a decision. We're speaking with her because she seems determined to make herself a nuisance, Saorin said curtly, regarding Egwene. Sit down, Yukiri. I will deal with the child. Egwene met Saorin's eyes, heart thumping. Yukiri sniffed, then seated herself, finally seeming to remember that she was Aes Sedai as she calmed her expression. This group was under a great deal of pressure. If it became known what they were doing... Egwene kept her eyes on Saorin. She'd assumed that Yukiri was in charge of the group. She and Saorin were near in power, and many Browns were docile, but that had been a mistake. It was too easy to prejudge someone based on their Aja. Saorin leaned forward, speaking firmly. Child, we must have your obedience. We cannot swear you to the oath rod, and I doubt you'd make an oath of obedience anyway. But you cannot continue this charade of being the Amyrlin seat. We all know how often you take penance, and we all know what little good it is doing. So let me try something that I assume nobody else has tried with you. Reason. You may speak your mind, Egwene said. The Browns sniffed in response. All right. For one thing, you can't be Amyrlin. With that fork root, you can barely channel. Is the Amyrlin seat's authority then in her power to channel? Egwene asked. Is she nothing more than a bully? Obeyed because she can force others to do as she demands? Well, no, Saorin said. Then I don't see why my having been given Forkroot has anything to do with my authority. You've been demoted to novice. Only Elida is foolish enough to assume one can remove an Aes Sedai's rank, Egwene said. She should never have been allowed to assume she had that power in the first place. If she didn't assume it, Saorin said, then you would be dead, girl. Egwene met Saorin's eyes again. Sometimes I feel it would be better to be dead than to see what Elida has done to the women of this tower. That brought silence to the room. I must say, Siain said quietly, your claims are completely irrational. Elida is the Amyrlin because she was raised properly by the Hall. Therefore you can't be Amyrlin. Egwene shook her head. She was raised after a shameful and unorthodox removal of Swan Sanche from the seat. How can you call Elida's position proper in the face of that? Something occurred to her. A gamble, but it felt right. Tell me this. Have you interrogated any women who are currently sitters? Have you found any blacks among them? While Saorin's eyes remained even, Siain glanced away, troubled. There, Egwene thought. You have, Egwene said. It makes sense. If I were a member of the Black, I'd try very hard to get one of my fellow dark friends named as a sitter. From there, they can manipulate the tower best. Now tell me this. Were any of these black sitters among those who raised Elida? Did any of them stand to depose Swan? There was silence. Answer me, Egwene said. We found a black among the sitters, Doacine finally said. And, yes, she was one of those who stood to depose Swan Sanche. Her voice was somber. She'd realized what Egwene was getting at. Swan was deposed by the bare minimum number of sitters required, Egwene said. One of them was black, making her vote invalid. You stilled and deposed your Amyrlin, murdering her warder, and you did it unlawfully. By the light, Siain whispered. She's right.
This is pointless, Yukiri said, standing again. If we begin second-guessing, trying to confirm which Amyrlins might have been raised by members of the Black, then we'd have reason to suspect every Amyrlin who ever held the seat.
Oh? Egwene asked. And how many of them were raised by a hall filled by only the exact minimum number of currently sitting members? This is only one reason why it was a grave mistake to unseat Swan this way. When I was raised, we made certain that every sitter in the city was aware of what was happening.
False sitters, Yukiri said, pointing. Given their places unlawfully.
Egwene turned toward her, glad they couldn't hear her nervously pounding heart. She had to remain in control. She had to. You call us false, Yukiri? Which Amyrlin would you rather follow? The one who has been making novices and accepted out of Aes Sedai, banishing an entire Aja, and causing divisions in the tower more dangerous than any army that ever assaulted it? A woman who was raised partially through the help of the Black Aja? Or would you rather serve the Amyrlin who is trying to undo all of that? Surely you're not saying that you think we served the Black in raising Elida, Doacine said. I think we all are serving the interests of the Shadow, Egwene said sharply, so long as we allow ourselves to remain divided. How do you imagine the Black reacted to the near-secret deposing of an Amyrlin seat, followed by a division among the Aes Sedai? I would not be surprised to find, after some investigation, that this nameless Black sister you discovered was not the only dark friend among the group who worked to unseat the rightful Amyrlin. This brought another round of silence to the room. Saorin settled back and sighed. We cannot change the past. Enlightening though your arguments are, Egwene Alvir, they are ultimately fruitless. I agree that we cannot change what has happened, Egwene said, nodding to her. However, we can look to the future. As admirable as I find your work to discover the Black Aja, I am far more encouraged by your willingness to work together to do it. In the current tower, cooperation between the Ajas is rare. I challenge you to take that as your main goal, bringing unity to the White Tower, whatever the cost. She stood up, and she half expected a sister to rebuke her, but they almost seemed to have forgotten that they were speaking with a novice and a rebel. Maidani, Egwene said, you accept me as Amyrlin. Yes, Mother, the woman said, bowing her head. I charge you then to continue your work with these women. They are not our enemies, and they never were. Sending you back as a spy was a mistake, one I wish I'd been able to stop. Now that you are here, however, you can be of use. I regret that you must continue your performance before Elida, but I commend you for your courage in that regard. I will serve as needed, Mother, she said, though she looked sick. Egwene glanced at the others. Loyalty is better earned than forced. Do you have the oath rod here? No, Yukiri said. It's difficult to sneak away. We can only take it on occasion. A pity, Egwene said. I'd have liked to take the oaths. Regardless, you will promptly take it and release Maidani from the fourth oath. We'll consider it, Saorin said. Egwene raised an eyebrow. As you wish. But know that once the White Tower is whole again, the Hall will learn of this action you have taken. I would like to be able to inform them that you were being careful, rather than seeking unwarranted power. If you need me in the next few days, you may send for me. But kindly find a way to deal with the two Red Sisters who are watching me. I'd rather not use traveling within the tower again, lest I unwittingly reveal too much to those who would be better left ignorant. She left that statement hanging before walking to the door. The warder didn't stop her, though he did watch with those suspicious eyes of his. She wondered whose warder he was.
She didn't believe any of the sisters inside the room had warders, though she wasn't certain. Perhaps he belonged to one of the other spies sent from Saladar, and had been drafted by Saren and the others. That would explain his disposition. Maidani quickly followed Egwene from the room, glancing over her shoulder as if expecting argument or censure to fly out behind her. The warder simply pulled the door shut. "I can't believe you succeeded," the Grey said. "They should have strung you up by your heels and had you howling." "They're too wise for that," Egwene said. "They're the only ones in this blasted tower, besides maybe Sylviana, who have anything resembling heads sitting atop their shoulders." "Sylviana?" Maidani asked with surprise. "Doesn't she beat you every day?" "Several times a day," Egwene said absently. "She's very dutiful, not to mention thoughtful. If we had more like her, the tower wouldn't have gotten to this state in the first place." Maidani regarded Egwene, an odd expression on her face. "You really are the Amyrlin," she finally said. It was an odd comment. Hadn't she just sworn that she accepted Egwene's authority? "Come on," Egwene said, hastening her pace. "I need to get back before those Reds grow suspicious."
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
Wake up, darling. Yes. Oh, come along, darling. There you are. Book, darling, come to mommy. Yes.
Chapter 13. An Offer and a Departure. Gowan stood, sword at the ready, facing two warders. The barn let in slots of light, air sparkling with dust and bits of straw kicked up from the fighting. Gowan backed slowly across the packed dirt floor, passing through patches of light. The air was warm on his skin. Trickles of sweat ran down from his temples, but his grip was firm as the two warders advanced on him. The one in front was Sleet, a limber, long-armed man with rough-hewn features. In the barn's uneven light, his face looked like an unfinished work one might find in a sculptor's workshop, with long shadows across his eyes, his chin divided by a cleft, his nose crooked from being broken and not healed. He wore long hair and black sideburns. Hattori had been quite pleased when her warder had finally arrived at Dorlan. She'd lost him at Dumai's Wells, and his story was the sort gleemen and bards sang about. Sleet had lain wounded for hours before deliriously managing to grab his horse's reins and pull himself into the saddle. It had loyally carried him near unconscious for hours before arriving at a nearby village. The villagers there had been tempted to sell Sleet to a local band of bandits. Their leader had visited earlier, promising them safety as a reward for revealing any refugees from the nearby battle. However, the mayor's daughter had argued for Sleet's life, convincing them that the bandits must be dark friends if they were seeking wounded warders. The villagers had chosen to hide Sleet instead, and the girl had nursed him to safety. Sleet had been forced to sneak away once he was well enough to travel. The girl had apparently taken quite a liking to him. Whispers among the younglings said that Sleet's escape had also come because he had begun feeling affection for the girl himself. Most warders knew better than to let themselves grow attached. Sleet had left in the night after the girl and her family fell asleep, but in return for the village's mercy, he'd hunted down the bandits and seen to it that they would never plague the village again. It was the marrow of stories and legends, at least among regular, lesser men. For a warder, Sleet's story was almost commonplace. Men like him attracted legends as ordinary men attracted fleas. In fact, Sleet hadn't wanted to share his tale. It had come out only owing to a vigorous campaign of questions from the younglings. He still acted as if his survival were nothing to brag about. He was a warder, surviving against the odds, riding in delirium over miles of rough terrain, cutting down an entire band of thieves with wounds not fully healed. These were just the sorts of things you did when you were a warder. Gowan respected them, even the ones he had killed, especially the ones he had killed. It took a unique kind of man to show this kind of dedication, this kind of vigilance, this kind of humility. While Aes Sedai manipulated the world and monsters like Althor got the glory, men like Sleet quietly did the work of heroes each and every day, without glory or recognition. If they were remembered, it was usually only by association with their Aes Sedai, or it was by other warders. You didn't forget your own. Sleet attacked, sword lancing forward in a straight thrust delivered for maximum speed. The viper flicks its tongue, a bold strike, made more effective because Sleet fought in tandem with the narrow short man rounding toward Gowan's left. Marlesh was the only other warder in Dorlan, and his arrival had been far less dramatic than Sleet's. Marlesh had been with the original group of 11 Aes Sedai who had escaped Dumai's Wells, and he had stayed with them the entire time. His own Aes Sedai, a pretty young Domani Green named Vasha, watched idly from the side of the barn. Gowan countered the viper flicks its tongue with cat dances on the wall, knocking aside the strike and going for the legs in one sweep. It wasn't intended to hit, however. It was a defensive move meant to enable him to keep an eye on both opponents. Marlesh tried Leopard's Caress, but Gowan moved into folding the air, carefully knocking aside the blow and waiting for another from Sleet, who was the more dangerous of the two. Sleet repositioned, taking smooth steps, his blade to the side as he set his back to the massive piles of hay at the rear of the stuffy barn. Gowan moved into cat on hot sand, as Marlesh tried Hummingbird Kisses the Honey Rose. Hummingbird wasn't the right form to use in such an attack. It was rarely useful against someone on the defensive, but Marlish was obviously tired of being parried. He was getting eager. Gowan could use that, and would. Sleet was advancing again. Gowan brought his sword back into guard as the warders approached in tandem. Gowan immediately moved into apple blossoms in the wind. His blade flashed 3 times, pushing a wide-eyed Marlish back. Marlish cursed, throwing himself forward, but Gowan brought his sword up from the previous form and moved fluidly into Shake Dew from the branch. He stepped forward into a series of 6 sharp blows, 3 at each opponent, knocking Marlish back into the ground. The man had stepped back into the fight too quickly, and forcing Sleet's blade twice aside, then ending with his blade against the man's neck. The 2 warders looked at Gowan shocked. They had borne similar expressions the last time Gowan had defeated them, and the time before that. Sleet carried a heron-mark blade and was near legendary in the White Tower for his prowess. He was said to have bested even Lan Mandragoran twice out of 7 bouts, back when Mandragoran had been known to spar with other warders. Marlish wasn't as renowned as his companion, but he was still a fully capable and trained warder, no easy foe. But Gowan had won. Again. Things seemed so simple when he was sparring. The world contracted down, compressed like berries squeezed for their juice, into something smaller and easier to see from up close. All Gowan had ever wanted was to protect Elaine. He wanted to defend Andor. Maybe learn to be a little more like Galat. Why couldn't life be as simple as a sword match? Opponents clear and arranged before you. The prize obvious. Survival. When men fought, they connected. You became brothers as you traded blows. Gowan removed his blade and stepped away, sheathing it. He offered a hand to Marlish, who took it, shaking his head as he stood. You are remarkable, Gowan Trakand. Like a creature of light, color, and shadow when you move. I feel like a babe holding a stick when I face you. Sleet said nothing as he sheathed his own sword, but he did nod his head to Gowan in respect, just as he had the last 2 times they'd fought. He was a man of few words. Gowan appreciated that. In the corner of the barn there was a half-barrel filled with water, and the men walked to it. Corbett, one of the younglings, hurriedly dipped a ladleful and handed it to Gowan. Gowan gave it to Sleet. The older man nodded again and took a drink, while Marlish took a cup off the dusty windowsill and got himself a drink. I'm saying, Trakand, the short man continued, we'll need to find you a blade with some herons on it. No one should have to face you without knowing what they're getting into. I'm not a blade master, Gowan said quietly, taking the ladle back from crook-nosed Sleet and having a drink. It was warm, which felt good. Less of a shock, more natural. You killed Hamar, didn't you? Marlish asked. Gowan hesitated. The simplicity he'd felt before, while fighting, was already crumbling. Yes. Well, then you're a blade master, Marlish said. Should have taken his sword when he fell. It wasn't respectful, Gowan said. Besides, I didn't have time to claim prices. Marlish laughed, as if at a joke, though Gowan hadn't intended one. He glanced over at Sleet, who was watching him with curious eyes. A rustle of skirts announced the approach of Basha. The green had long black hair and striking green eyes that at times seemed almost cat-like. Are you done playing, Marlish? She asked with a faintly Domani accent. Marlish chuckled. You should be happy to see me play, Basha. I seem to recall my playing saved your neck a couple of times on the battlefield. She sniffed and raised an eyebrow. Gowan had rarely seen an Aes Sedai warder with as casual a relationship as these two. Come, she said, turning on her heel and walking toward the open barn doors. I want to see what has been keeping Narenwin and the others so long indoors. It smells of decisions being made. Marlish shrugged and tossed the cup to Corbett. Whatever they're deciding, I hope it involves moving. I don't like sitting around in this city with those soldiers creeping up on us. If it gets any more tense in camp, I'm likely to run off and join the Tinkers. Gowan nodded at that comment. It had been weeks since he'd last dared send the younglings to raid. Bryn's search parties were getting closer and closer to the city, and that allowed fewer and fewer rides out across the countryside. Vasha passed out the doors, but Gowan could still hear her say, "You can sound like such a child at times." Marlish just shrugged, waving farewell to Gowan and Sleet before stepping out of the barn. Gowan shook his head, refilling the ladle and taking another drink. "Those two remind me of nothing so much as a brother and sister at times." Sleet smiled. Gowan replaced the ladle, nodded to Corbett, then moved to leave. He wanted to check on the younglings' evening meal and make certain it was being distributed properly. Some of the youths had taken to sparring and practicing when they should have been eating. As he left, however, Sleet reached out and took his arm. Gowan looked back in surprise. "Hattori only has one warder," the man said in his gravelly, soft voice. Gowan nodded. "That's not unheard of for Green." "It isn't because she isn't open to having more," Sleet said. "Years ago, when she bonded me, she said that she would only take another if I judged him worthy. She asked me to search. She doesn't think much on these kinds of things. Too busy with other matters." All right, Gowan thought, wondering why he was being told this. Sleet turned, meeting Gowan's eyes. "It's been over 10 years, but I've found someone worthy. She will bond you this hour if you wish it." Gowan blinked in surprise at Sleet. The lanky man was shrouded once more in his color-shifting cloak, wearing nondescript brown and green beneath. Others complained that because of his long hair and sideburns, Sleet looked more scruffy than a warder should. But scruffy was the wrong term for this man. Rough, perhaps, but natural. Like uncut stones or a gnarled yet sturdy oak. "I'm honored, Sleet," Gowan said. "But I came to the White Tower to study because of Andoran traditions, not because I was going to be a warder. My place is beside my sister. And if anyone is going to bond me, it will be Egwene." "You came for those reasons," Sleet said. "But those reasons have passed. You fought in our war. You've killed warders and defended the tower. You are one of us. You belong with us." Gowan hesitated. "You search," Sleet said, "like a hawk, glancing this way and that, trying to decide whether to perch or to hunt. You'll tire of flying eventually. Join us and become one of us. You'll find that Hattori is a good Aes Sedai, wiser than most, far less prone to squabbles or foolishness than many in the tower." "I can't, Sleet," Gowan said, shaking his head. Hattori is not regarded as influential by the White Tower," Sleet said. "The others rarely care what she does. To have you, she'd see herself assigned to Andor. You could have both, Gowan Trakand. Think on it." Gowan hesitated again, then nodded. "Very well. I'll think on it." Sleet released his arm. "As much as a man can ask." Gowan moved to leave, but then stopped, looking back toward Sleet in the dusty barn. Then Gowan gestured toward Corbett and gestured with a curt sign. "Leave and watch," it meant. The youngling nodded eagerly. He was one of the youngest among them, always looking for something to do to prove himself. He'd watch the doors and give warning if anyone approached. Sleet watched with curiosity as Corbett positioned himself, hand on his sword. Gowan then stepped forward and spoke more quietly, too soft for Corbett to hear. "What do you think of what happened in the tower, Sleet?" The rough man frowned, then stepped back and leaned against the inside barn wall. With a glance during the casual move, Sleet checked out the window to make certain nobody was listening from that side. "It's bad," Sleet finally said, tone hushed. "Warder shouldn't fight warder. Aes Sedai shouldn't fight Aes Sedai. Should never happen. Not now, not ever." "But it did," Gowan said. Sleet nodded. And now we've got two different groups of Aes Sedai, Gowan continued, with two different armies, one besieging the other. Just keep your head down, Sleet said. There are hot tempers in the tower, but there are wise minds as well. They'll do the right thing. Which is? End it, Sleet said. With killing if necessary, other ways if possible. Nothing is worth this division. Nothing. Gowan nodded. Sleet shook his head. My Aes Sedai. She didn't like the feel of things in the tower. Wanted to get out. She's wise. Wise and crafty. But she's also not influential, so the others don't listen to her. Aes Sedai. Sometimes all they seem to care about is who carries the biggest stick. Gowan leaned closer. One rarely heard talk about Aes Sedai ranking and influence. They didn't have ranks, like the military, but they all instinctively knew who among them was in charge. How did it work? Sleet seemed to have some idea, but he didn't talk further on it, so it would have to remain a mystery for now. Hattori got out, Sleet continued softly, went on this mission to Althor, never knowing the depth of what it was about. She just didn't want to be in the tower. Wise woman. He sighed, standing upright and laying a hand on Gowan's shoulder. Amar was a good man. He was, Gowan said, feeling a twist in his stomach. But he would have killed you, Sleet said. Killed you cleanly and quickly. He was the one on the offensive, not you. He understood why you did what you did. Nobody made any good decisions that day. There weren't any good decisions to be made. Gowan just nodded. Thank you. Sleet removed his hand and walked toward the entrance. He glanced back, however. Some say that Hattori should have gone back for me, he said. Those younglings of yours, they think she abandoned me at Dumai's Wells. She didn't. She knew I lived. She knew I hurt. But she also trusted me to do my duty while she did hers. She needed to get news to the Greens of what had happened at Dumai's Wells, of what the Amerlin's true orders with Althor had entailed. I needed to survive. We did our duty. But once that message had been sent, if she hadn't felt me approaching on my own, she would have come for me. No matter what. And we both know it. With that, he left. Gowan was left thinking on the curious parting words. Sleet was often an odd one to talk to. As fluid as he was as a swordsman, he didn't make conversation smoothly. Gowan shook his head, leaving the barn and waving Corbett free of watch duty. There was no possibility of Gowan agreeing to become Hattori's warder. The offer had been tempting for a heartbeat, but only as a way of escaping his problems. He knew that he would not be happy as her warder, or anyone's warder save Egwene's. He'd promised Egwene anything. Anything as long as it didn't hurt Andor or Elaine. Like he'd promised her not to kill Althor. At least not until after Gowan could prove for certain that the dragon had killed his mother. Why couldn't Egwene see that the man she'd grown up with had turned into a monster, twisted by the one power? Althor needed to be put down, for the good of them all. Gowan clenched and unclenched his fist, stalking across the village center, wishing he could extend the peace and stillness of sword fighting to the rest of his life. The air was pungent with the scent of cows and dung from the barns. He would be glad to get back to a proper city. Dorland's size and remoteness might make it a good place to hide, but Gowan strongly wished that Elida had chosen a less odorous place to house the younglings. His clothing seemed likely to carry the scent of cattle for the rest of his days, assuming the rebel army didn't discover and slaughter them all in the next few weeks. Gowan shook his head as he approached the mayor's house. The two-story building had a peaked roof and sat at the very center of the village. The main body of the younglings was camped in the small field out behind the building. Once that patch had grown blackberries, but the too hot summer, followed by the blizzard of a winter, had killed the bushes. They were one of many casualties that were going to lead to an even harsher winter this year. The field wasn't the best place to camp. The men were constantly grumping about picking blackberry thorns out of their skin. But it was close to the center of the village, while yet somewhat secluded. A few thorns were worth the convenience. To reach the field, Gowan had to cut across the unpaved village square and pass by the canal that ran past the front of the mayor's house. He nodded to a group of women washing clothes there. The Aes Sedai had recruited them to do the wash for the sisters and for Gowan's officers. The pay was small for so much work, and Gowan gave the women what little extra he could afford out of his own pocket, a gesture that had earned him laughter from Narenwin Sedai, but thanks from the village women. Gowan's mother had always taught that the workers were the spine of a kingdom. Break them, and you'd soon find that you could no longer move. This city's people might not be his sister's subjects, but he would not see them taken advantage of by his troops. He passed the mayor's home, noting the closed shutters on the windows. Marlesh lounged outside, his petite Aes Sedai standing with hands on her hips and scowling at the door. Apparently she had been refused entry. Why? Vasha didn't have a great deal of rank among the Aes Sedai, but she also wasn't as low as Hattori. If Vasha had been denied entrance, well, perhaps there were important words being shared inside the building. That made Gowan curious. His men would have ignored it. Rajar would have told him that Aes Sedai business was best left to their conferences without unwanted ears flapping to make a mess of things. That was one reason that Gowan wouldn't make a good warder. He didn't trust Aes Sedai. His mother had, and look where that had gotten her. And how the White Tower had treated Elaine and Egwene, well, he might support the Aes Sedai, but he certainly didn't trust them. He rounded the back of the building, going about a perfectly legitimate inspection of the guards. Most of the Aes Sedai in the village didn't have warders. Either they were Reds or they had left their warders behind. Some few were old enough to have lost warders to age and never chosen new ones. 2 unfortunate women had lost their warders at Dumai's Wells. Gowan and the others did their best to pretend they didn't notice the red eyes or occasional sobs coming from their rooms. The Aes Sedai, of course, claimed that they didn't need the youngling guards as protection. They were probably right, but Gowan had seen dead Aes Sedai at Dumai's Wells. They weren't invincible. At the back doors, Helm-War saluted and let Gowan enter to continue his inspection. Gowan strode up a short, straight set of stairs and entered the upper hallway. There he relieved Bairden, the dark-skinned Tyran youngling who was on watch. Bairden was an officer, and Gowan told him to go check on the food distribution in the camp. The man nodded, then left. Gowan hesitated in front of Narenwin Sedai's room. If he wanted to hear what was going on between the Aes Sedai, the obvious thing to do would be to eavesdrop. Bairden had been the only guard on the second floor, and there were no warders to protect against unwanted ears. But the thought of listening in left a sour taste in Gowan's mouth. He shouldn't have to eavesdrop. He was the commander of the younglings, and the Aes Sedai were taking good advantage of his troops. They owed him information. Therefore, rather than trying to listen, he gave a firm knock on the door. The knock was met by silence. Then the door cracked to show a sliver of Kovarla's frowning face. The light-haired Red had been in charge of the sisters in the city before being displaced, but she was still one of the more important women in Dorlan. "We were not to be interrupted," she snapped through the sliver of open doorway. "Your soldiers had orders to keep everyone out, even other sisters." "Those rules don't apply to me," Gowan said, meeting her eyes. "My men are in serious danger in this city. If you won't let me be part of the planning, then I demand at least to be able to listen." Kovarla's impassive face seemed to show annoyance. "Your impudence seems to grow by the day, child," she said. "Perhaps you need to be removed and a more suitable replacement raised to captain that group." Gowan clenched his jaw. "You think they wouldn't set you aside if a sister asked it of them?" Kovarla asked, smiling faintly. "A sorry excuse for an army they may be, but they know their place. A pity the same cannot be said for their commander. Go back to your men, Gowan Trakand." With that, she shut the door on him. Gawain itched to force his way into the room, but that would be satisfying for all of about 2 breaths, which was how long it would take the Aes Sedai to truss him up with the power. How would that be for the younglings' morale, seeing their commander, the brave Gawain Trakand, cast out of the building with a gag of air in his mouth? He ignored his frustration, turning back down the stairs. He went into the kitchen and leaned against the far wall, staring at the steps to the 2nd floor. Now that he'd relieved Berden, he felt he needed to remain on watch himself or send a runner to fetch another man. He wanted to think for a few moments first. If their conference above took long, he'd appoint a replacement. Aes Sedai. Sensible men stayed away from them when possible, and obeyed them with alacrity when staying away was impossible. Gawain had trouble doing either. His bloodline prevented staying away. His pride interfered with obeying them. He had supported Elaida in the rebellion not because he liked her. She'd always been cold during her years acting as his mother's advisor. No, he'd supported her because he'd disliked Swan's treatment of his sister and Egwene. But would Elaida have treated the girls any better? Would any of them have? Gawain had made his decision in a moment of passion. It hadn't been the cool-headed act of loyalty that his men assumed. Where was his loyalty then? A few minutes later, footsteps on the stairs and faint voices from the hallway above announced that the Aes Sedai had finished their secret conference. Kovarla came down the stairs in red and yellow, saying something to the sisters behind her. "Can't believe the rebels set up their own Amyrlin." Narenwyn, thin and square-faced, came next, nodding. Then, shockingly, Katarine Alrudden walked out of the stairwell behind them. Gawain stood up straight, stunned. Katarine had left the camp weeks before, the day after Narenwyn's arrival. The raven-haired Red had not been part of the original group that was ordered to Dorlan, and had used that as an excuse to return to the White Tower. When had she come back to Dorlan? How had she come back? His men would have reported to Gawain if they'd seen her. He doubted the watchposts could have missed her arrival. She eyed Gawain as the 3 Aes Sedai passed through the kitchen, smiling slyly. She'd noticed his shock. "Yes," Katarine said, turning to Kovarla. "Imagine it. An Amyrlin without an actual seat to sit upon. They're a group of foolish girls creating a child's puppet show with dolls dressed up like their betters. Of course they would pick a wilder to do the duty, and Amir accepted at that. They knew how pathetic the decision was. But at least she was captured," Narenwyn noted, pausing at the doorway as Kovarla passed through. Katarine laughed sharply. "Captured and made to howl half the day? I wouldn't want to be that Alvear girl right now. Of course, it's no less than she deserves for letting them put the Amyrlin's shawl on her shoulders." "What?" Gawain thought with shock. The 3 passed out of the kitchen, voices fading. Gawain barely noticed. He staggered back, hitting the wall for support. It couldn't be. It sounded like Egwene. He had to have misheard. But Aes Sedai couldn't lie. He'd heard rumors that the rebels had their own hall in Amyrlin. But Egwene? It was ridiculous. She was only accepted. But who better to set up for a potential fall? Perhaps none of the sisters had been willing to put their necks on the line by taking the title. A younger woman like Egwene would have made a perfect pawn. Pulling himself together, Gawain hurried out of the kitchen and after the Aes Sedai. He passed into the late afternoon to find Vasha standing, mouth drooping as she stared at Katarine. Apparently, Gawain wasn't the only one shocked by the Red's sudden return. Gawain caught Tando, one of the youngling guards at the front of the building, by the arm. "Did you see her enter the building?" The young Andoran shook his head. "No, my lord. One of the men inside reported seeing her meet with the other Aes Sedai. She came down out of the attic suddenly, it seems. But none of the guards knows how she got in." Gawain released the soldier and dashed after Katarine. He caught up to the 3 women in the middle of the dusty town square. All 3 turned ageless faces toward him, wearing identical thin-mouthed frowns. Kovarla's eyes were particularly harsh, but Gowan didn't care if they took the younglings from him, or if they tied him up in air. Humiliation didn't matter. Only one thing mattered. "Is it true?" he demanded. Then, cringing, he forced respect into his voice. "Please, Katarine Sedai. Is it true what I overheard you saying about the rebels and their Amarlin?" She eyed him, measuring him. "I suppose it would be good to pass this news among your soldiers? Yes, the rebel Amarlin has been captured." "And her name?" Gowan asked. "Egwene Alvier," Katarine said. "Let the rumors spread truth for once." She nodded to him with dismissive curtness, then began walking with the other two again. "Put what I have taught you to good use. The Amarlin insists that the raids be stepped up, and these weaves should lend you unprecedented mobility. Don't be surprised if the rebels anticipate you, however. They know that we have their so-called Amarlin, and have probably guessed that we have the new weaves as well. It won't be long before traveling is had by all. Use the edge you've been given before it dulls." Gowan was barely listening. A piece of his mind was shocked. Traveling? A thing of legends. Was that how Gareth Bryn was keeping his army supplied? However, the greater part of Gowan's brain was still numb. Swan Sanche had been stilled and slated for execution, and she had simply been a deposed Amarlin. What would they do with a false Amarlin? A leader of a rebel faction? Made to howl half the day. Egwene was being tortured. She would be stilled. She probably had been already. After that, she would be executed. Gowan watched the three Aes Sedai walk away. Then he turned slowly, strangely calm, laying his hand on the pommel of his sword. Egwene was in trouble. He blinked deliberately, standing in the square, cattle calling distantly, water bubbling in the canal beside him. Egwene would be executed. "Where is your loyalty, Gowan Trakand?" He crossed the village, walking with a strangely sure step. The younglings would be unreliable in an action against the White Tower. He couldn't use them to mount a rescue, but he was unlikely to be able to manage one on his own. That left him with only one option. 10 minutes later found him in his tent, carefully packing his saddlebags. Most of his things would have to stay. There were far scout outposts, and he had visited them before in surprise inspections. That would make a good excuse for him to leave the camp. He couldn't arouse suspicions. Kovarla was right. The younglings followed him, they respected him, but they were not his. They belonged to the White Tower, and would turn on him as quickly as he had turned on Hamar, if it were the will of the Amarlin. If any of them got a hint of what he was planning, he wouldn't manage to get 100 yards away. He closed and latched his saddlebags. That would have to do. He pushed his way out of the tent, slinging the bags over his shoulder, then made his way toward the horse lines. As he walked, he flagged down Rajar, who was showing a squad of soldiers some advanced swordplay techniques. Rajar set another man in charge, then hurried over to Gowan, frowning at the saddlebags. "I'm going to inspect the 4th outpost," Gowan said. Rajar glanced at the sky. It was already dimming. "So late?" "Last time I inspected in the morning," Gowan said. Odd how his heart wasn't racing. Calm and even. Time before that, it was the afternoon. But the most dangerous time to be surprised is evening, when it's still light enough for an attack, but late enough that men are tired and full of supper. Rajar nodded, joining Gowan as he walked. "Light knows we need them for watchful scouts now," he agreed. Bryn's own scouts had been investigating villages not half a day's ride from Dorlan. "I'll get you an escort." "Not needed," Gowan said. "Last time, Outpost 4 saw me coming from a good half a mile. A squad raises too much dust. I want to see how keen their eyes are when it's just one rider." Rajar frowned again. "I'll be safe," Gowan said, forcing out a wry smile. "Rajar, you know I will be. What, are you afraid I'll be taken by bandits?" Rajar relaxed, chuckling. "You? They'd sooner catch sleet. All right, then. But make certain to send a messenger for me when you get back into camp. I'll stay up half the night worrying if you don't return. Sorry to cost you the sleep then, my friend, Gowan thought, nodding. Raja ran back to supervise the sparring, and Gowan soon found himself just outside the camp undoing Challenger's hobble as a village boy, doubling as a stable hand, fetched his saddle. You have the look of a man who has made up his mind, a quiet voice said suddenly. Gowan spun, hand falling to his sword. One of the shadows nearby was moving. Looking closely, he was able to make out the form of a shadowed man with a crooked nose. Curse those water cloaks. Gowan tried to feign casualness, as he had with Rajar. Happy to have something to do, I suppose, he said, turning from Sleet as the stable boy approached. Gowan tossed him a copper and took the saddle himself, dismissing the boy. Sleet continued to watch from the shadow of a massive pine as Gowan put the saddle on Challenger's back. The warder knew. Gowan's act had fooled everyone else, but he could sense that it wouldn't work on this man. Light. Was he going to have to kill another man he respected? Burn you, Elida. Burn you, Swan Sanche, and your entire tower. Stop using people. Stop using me. When shall I tell your men that you aren't returning? Sleet asked. Gowan pulled the saddle straps tight and waited for his horse to exhale. He looked over Challenge, frowning. You don't plan to stop me? Sleet chuckled. I fought you thrice today and didn't win a single bout, although I had a good man to lend me aid. You have the look about you of a man who will kill if needed, and I don't thirst for death so eagerly as some might assume. You'd fight me, Gowan said, finally doing up the saddle and lifting the bags into place, tying them on. Challenge snorted. The horse never did like carrying extra weight. You'd die if you thought it necessary. If you attacked, even if I killed you, it would raise a ruckus. I'd never be able to explain why I'd killed a warder. You could stop me. True, Sleet said. Then why let me go? Gowan said, rounding the gelding and taking the reins. He met those shadowed eyes and thought he caught the faintest hint of a smile on the lips beneath them. Perhaps I just like to see men care, Sleet said. Perhaps I hope you'll find a way to help end this. Perhaps I'm feeling lazy and sore with a bruised spirit from so many defeats. May you find what you seek, young Trakand. And with a rustle of the cloak, Sleet withdrew, fading into the darkness of oncoming night. Gowan slung himself into his saddle. There was only one place he could think to go for help in rescuing Egwene. With a kick of his heels, he left Dorlan behind.
Chapter 14. A box opens. So this is one of the Shadow Sold, Sorilea said. The white-haired wise one circled around the prisoner, looking thoughtfully at Semirog. Of course, Cadsuane had not expected fear from one such as Sorilea. The Aiel woman was a rugged creature, like a statue that had weathered storm after storm, patient before the winds. Among the Aiel, this wise one was a particular specimen of strength. She had arrived at the manor house only recently, coming with those who had brought Althor a report from Bandar Eben. Cadsuane had anticipated finding many things among the Aiel who followed Rand Althor: fierce warriors, strange ways, honor and loyalty, inexperience with subtlety and politics. She had been right. One thing she had certainly not expected to find, however, was an equal. Certainly not in a wise one who could barely channel. And yet, oddly, that was how she regarded the leathery-faced Aiel woman. Not that she trusted Sorelia. The wise one had her own goals, and they might not completely coincide with Cadsuane's. However, she did find Sorelia capable, and there were blessed few people in the world these days who deserved that word. Semirhage flinched suddenly, and Sorelia cocked her head. The Forsaken was not floating this time. She stood upright, wearing the stiff brown dress, her short dark hair tangled from lack of brushing. She still projected superiority and control, just as Cadsuane herself would have in a similar situation. "What are these weaves?" Sorelia asked, gesturing. The weaves in question were the source of Semirhage's occasional flinching. "A personal trick of mine," Cadsuane said, undoing the weaves and remaking them to show how they were done. "They ring a sound in your subject's ears every few minutes and flash a light in their eyes, keeping them from sleep." "You hope to make her so fatigued that she will talk," Sorelia said, studying the Forsaken again. Semirhage was warded to keep her from hearing them, of course. Despite 2 days without decent sleep, the woman wore a serene expression, eyes open but blocked by glowing lights. She had likely mastered some kind of mental trick to help her stave off exhaustion. "I doubt it will break her," Cadsuane admitted. "Faugh! It barely even makes her flinch." She, Sorelia, and Bear, an aged wise one with no channeling ability, were the only ones in the room. The Aes Sedai maintaining Semirhage's shield sat in their places outside. Sorelia nodded. "One of the shadow-souled will not be manipulated so easily. Still, you are wise to try, considering your limitations." "We could speak to the Karakarn," Bear said. "Convince him to turn this one over to us for a time. A few days of delicate Aiel questioning, and she would speak whatever you wish." Cadsuane smiled non-committally, as if she would let another handle the questioning. This woman's secrets were too valuable to risk, even in the hands of allies. "Well, you are welcome to ask," she said. "But I doubt Althor will listen. You know how the fool boy can be when it comes to hurting women." Bear sighed. It was odd to think of this grandmotherly lady engaging in delicate Aiel questioning. "Yes," she said. "You are right, I suspect. Rand Althor is twice as stubborn as any clan chief I've known, and twice as arrogant, too. To presume that women cannot bear pain as well as men." Cadsuane snorted at that. "To be honest, I considered having this one strung up and whipped, Althor's prohibitions be blackened. But I don't think it would work. Faugh! We'll need to find something other than pain to break this one." Sorelia was still regarding Semirhage. "I would speak with her." Cadsuane made a motion, dismissing the weaves that kept Semirhage from hearing, seeing, or speaking. The woman blinked, just once, to clear her vision, then turned to Sorelia and Bear. "Ah," she said. "Aiel, you were such good servants once. Tell me, how strongly does it bite, knowing how you betrayed your oaths? Your ancestors would cry for punishment if they knew how many deaths lay at the hands of their descendants." Sorelia gave no reaction. Cadsuane knew some tidbits of what Althor had revealed about the Aiel, things that had been said at second or third hand. Althor claimed that the Aiel had once followed the way of the leaf, sworn not to do harm before betraying their oaths. Cadsuane had been interested to learn of these rumors, and she was more interested to hear Semirhage corroborating them. "She seems so much more human than I had anticipated," Sorelia said to Bear. "Her expressions, her tone, her accent, while strange, are easy to understand. I had not expected that." Semirhage's eyes narrowed for just a moment at that comment. Odd. That was a stronger reaction than virtually any of the punishments had produced. The flashes of light and sound prompted only slight, involuntary twitches. This comment of Sorelia's, however, seemed to affect Semirog on an emotional level. Would the wise ones actually succeed so easily, where Cadsuane had long failed? "I think this is what we need to remember," Bear said. "A woman is just a woman, no matter how old, no matter what secrets she remembers. Flesh can be cut, blood can be spilled, bones can be broken." "In truth, I feel almost disappointed, Cadsuane Malydran," Sorelia said, shaking a white-haired head. "This monster has very small fangs." Semirog reacted no further. Her control was back, her face serene, her eyes imperious. "I have heard some little of you new, oathless Aiel and your interpretations of honor. I will very much enjoy investigating how much pain and suffering it will require before members of your clans will shame themselves. Tell me, how far do you think I would have to push before one of you would kill a blacksmith and dine on his flesh?" She knew more than some little if she understood the near sacred nature of blacksmiths among the Aiel. Sorelia stiffened at the comment, but let it go. She re-wove the ward against listening, then paused and placed the globes of light in front of Semirog's eyes as well. Yes, she was weak in the power, but she was a very quick learner. "Is it wise to keep her like this?" Sorelia asked, her tone implying that if any other she would have made a demand. For Cadsuane she softened her words, and it almost brought a smile to Cadsuane's lips. They were like two aged hawks, Sorelia and she, accustomed to roosting and reigning, now forced to nest in neighboring trees. Deference did not come easily to either one of them. "If I were to choose," Sorelia continued, "I think that I would have her throat slit and her corpse laid out on the dust to dry. Keeping her alive is like keeping a snapwood blacklance as a pet." "Faugh," Cadsuane said, grimacing. "You're right about the danger, but killing her now would be worse. Althor cannot or will not give me an accurate count of the number of Forsaken he has slain, but he implies that at least half of them still live. They'll be there to fight at the last battle, and each weave we learn from Semirog is one fewer than they can use to surprise us." Sorelia did not seem convinced, but she pressed the issue no further. "And the item?" she asked. "May I see it?" Cadsuane almost snapped a no. But Sorelia had taught Cadsuane traveling, an incredibly powerful tool. That had been an offering, a hand extended. Cadsuane needed to work with these women, Sorelia most of all. Althor was a bigger project than one woman could handle. "Come with me," Cadsuane said, leaving the wooden room. The wise ones followed. Outside, Cadsuane instructed the sisters, Daigyan and Serene, to make certain that Semirog was kept awake, eyes open. It was unlikely to work, but it was the best strategy Cadsuane had at the moment. Though she did also have Semirog's momentary look, that hint of anger displayed at Sorelia's comment. When you could control a person's anger, you could control their other emotions as well. That was why she had focused so hard on teaching Althor to rein in his temper. Control and anger. What was it that Sorelia had said to get the reaction? That Semirog seemed disappointingly human. It was as if Sorelia had come expecting one of the Forsaken to be as twisted as a Murdral or Drugkar. And why not? The Forsaken had been figures of legend for 3,000 years, looming shadows of darkness and mystery. It could be disappointing to discover that they were in many ways the most human of the Dark One's followers. Petty, destructive, and argumentative. At least, that was how Althor claimed they acted. He was so strangely familiar with them. Semirog saw herself as more than human, though. That poise, that control of her surroundings was a source of strength for her. Cadsuane shook her head. Too many problems and far too little time. The wooden hallway itself was another reminder of the Althor boy's foolishness. Cadsuane could still smell smoke, strong enough to be unpleasant. The gaping hole in the front of the manor, draped only with a cloth, let in chill air during the spring nights. They should have moved, but he claimed that he would not be chased away. Althor seemed almost eager for the last battle, or perhaps just resigned. To get there, he felt he had to force his way through the petty squabbles of people like a midnight traveler pushing through banks of snow to arrive at the inn. The problem was Althor wasn't ready for the last battle. Cadsuane could feel it in the way he spoke, the way he acted, the way he regarded the world with that dark, nearly dazed expression. If the man he was now faced the Dark One to decide the fate of the world, Cadsuane feared for all people. Cadsuane and the two wise ones reached her chamber in the manor, a sturdy, undamaged room with a good view of the trampled green and camp out front. She made few demands in the way of decoration: a stout bed, a lockable trunk, a mirror and stand. She was too old and impatient to bother with anything else. The trunk was a decoy. She kept some gold and other relatively worthless items in it. Her most precious possessions she either wore, in the form of her ter'angreal ornaments, or kept locked in a dingy-looking document box that sat on her mirror stand. Of worn oak, the stain uneven, the box had enough dings and dents to look used, but wasn't so shabby as to be out of place with her other things. As Sorlia closed the door behind the three of them, Cadsuane disarmed the box's traps. It was strange to her how few Aes Sedai learned to innovate with the One Power. They memorized time-tested and traditional weaves, but gave barely a thought for what else they could do. True, experimenting with the One Power could be disastrous, but many simple extrapolations could be made without danger. Her weave for this box was one such. Until recently, she'd used a standard weave of fire, spirit, and air to destroy any documents in the box if an intruder opened it. Effective, if a bit unimaginative. Her new weave was much more versatile. It didn't destroy the items in the box. Cadsuane wasn't certain if they could be destroyed. Instead, the weaves, inverted to be invisible, sprang out in twisting threads of air and captured anyone in the room when the box was opened. Then another weave set out a large sound, imitating 100 trumpets, playing while lights flashed in the air to give the alarm. The weaves would also go off if anyone opened the box, moved it, or barely touched it with the most delicate thread of the One Power. Cadsuane flipped up the lid. The extreme precaution was necessary, for inside this box were two items that presented very serious danger. Sorlia walked over, looking in at the contents. One was a figurine of a wise, bearded man holding aloft a sphere, about a foot tall. The other was a black metallic collar and two bracelets, an Adam made for a man. With this ter'angreal, a woman could turn a man who could channel into her slave, controlling his ability to touch the One Power, perhaps controlling him completely. They had not tested the collar. Althor had forbidden it. Sorlia hissed quietly, ignoring the statue and focusing on the bracelets and collar. "This thing is evil." "Yes," Cadsuane said. Rarely would she have called a simple object evil, but this one was. Nynaeve Almira claims some familiarity with this thing. Though I have not been able to press out of the girl how she knows these things, she claims to know that there was only one male Adam, and that she'd arranged for its disposal in the ocean. She also admits, however, that she didn't see it destroyed personally. It may have been used as a pattern by the Shonchan. "This is unsettling to see," Sorlia said. "If one of the Shadow Souled, or even one of the Shonchan, captured him with this—" "Light protect us all," Bear whispered. "And the people who have these are the same people with whom Althor wishes to make peace?" Sorlia shook her head. "Creation of these abominations alone should warrant a blood feud. I heard that there were others like it. What of those?" "Stored elsewhere," Cadsuane said, shutting the lid. Along with the female Adom we took some acquaintances of mine, Aes Sedai who have retired from the world, are testing them, trying to discover their weakness. They also had Kalendor. Cadsuane was loath to let it out of her sight, but she felt that the sword still held secrets that could be teased out. I kept this one here because I intend to find a way to test it on a man, she said. That would be the best way to discover its weaknesses. Althor won't allow any of his Ashaman to be leashed by it, however. Not for the shortest time. This made Bear uncomfortable. A little like testing a spear's strength by stabbing it into someone, she muttered. Sorilea, however, nodded in agreement. She understood. One of the first things Cadsuane had done after capturing those female Adom was put one on and practice ways to escape from it. She'd done so under carefully controlled circumstances, of course, with women she trusted to help her escape. They'd eventually had to do that. Cadsuane had been able to discover no way out on her own. But if your enemy was planning to do something to you, you had to discover how to counter it, even if that meant leashing yourself. Althor couldn't see this. When she asked, he simply muttered about that bloody box and being beaten. We have to do something about that man, Sorilea said, meeting Cadsuane's eyes. He has grown worse since we last met. He has, Cadsuane said. He's surprisingly accomplished at ignoring my training. Then let us discuss, Sorilea said, pulling over a stool. A plan must be arranged. For the good of all. For the good of all, Cadsuane agreed. Althor himself most of all.
Chapter 15. A Place to Begin. Rand woke on the floor of a hallway. He sat up, listening to the distant sound of water. The stream outside the manor house? No, that was wrong. The walls and floor here were stone, not wood. No candles or lamps hung from the stonework, and yet there was light, ambient in the air. He stood, then straightened his red coat, feeling strangely unafraid. He recognized this place from somewhere distant in his memory. How had he come here? The recent past was clouded and seemed to slip from him like fading trails of mist. No, he thought firmly. His memories obeyed, snapping back into place before the strength of his determination. He had been in the Damani Manor House, awaiting a report from Rourke about the capture of the first few members of the Merchant Council. Min had been reading each castle, a biography, in the deep green chair of the room they shared. Rand had been exhausted, as he often was lately. He'd gone to lie down. He was asleep then. Was this the world of dreams? Though he had visited it on occasion, he knew very few specifics. Egwene and the Aiel Dreamwalkers spoke of it only guardedly. This place felt different from the dream world, and oddly familiar. He looked down the hallway. It was so long that it vanished into shadows, walls broken by doors at intervals, the wood dry and cracked. Yes, he thought, seizing at a memory. I have been here before, but not in a long time. He chose one of the doors at random. He knew that it wouldn't matter which one he picked, and pushed it open. There was a room beyond of modest size. The far side was a series of gray stone arches. Beyond them, a little courtyard and a sky of burning red clouds. The clouds grew and sprang from one another like bubbles in boiling water. They were the clouds of an impending storm, unnatural though they were. He looked more closely and saw that each new cloud formed the shape of a tormented face, the mouth open in a silent scream. The cloud could swell, expanding upon itself, face distorting, jaw working, cheeks twisting, eyes bulging. Then it would split, other faces swelling out of its surface, yelling and seething. It was transfixing and horrifying at the same time. There was no ground beyond the courtyard, just that terrible sky. Rand did not want to look toward the left side of the room. The fireplace was there. The stones that formed floor, hearth, and columns were warped, as if they had been melted by an extreme heat. At the edges of his vision, they seemed to shift and change. The angles and proportions of the room were wrong, just as they had been when he'd come here long ago. Something was different this time, however. Something about the colors. Many of the stones were black, as if they'd been burned, and cracks laced them. Distant red light glowed from within, as if they had cores of molten lava. There had once been a table here, hadn't there? Polished and of fine wood, its ordinary lines a discomforting contrast to the distorted angles of the stones. The table was gone. But 2 chairs sat before the fireplace, high-backed and facing the flames, obscuring whomever might be sitting in them. Rand forced himself to walk forward, his boots clicking on stones that burned. He felt no heat, either from them or the fire. His breath caught and his heart pounded as he approached those chairs. He feared what he would find. He rounded them. A man sat in the chair on the left. Tall and youthful, he had a square face and ancient blue eyes that reflected the hearth fire, turning his irises almost purple. The other chair was empty. Rand walked to it and sat down, calming his heart and watching the dancing flames. He had seen this man before in visions, not unlike the ones that appeared when he thought of Matt or Perrin. The colors did not appear on this thought of his friends. That was odd, but somehow not unexpected. The visions he'd seen of the man in the other chair were different from the ones involving Perrin and Matt. They were more visceral somehow, more real. At times, during those visions, Rand had felt almost as if he could reach out and touch this man. He'd been afraid of what would happen if he did. He had met the man only once, at Shadar Logoth. The stranger had saved Rand's life, and Rand had often wondered who he had been. Now in this place, Rand finally knew. "You are dead," Rand whispered. "I killed you." The man didn't look from the fire as he laughed. It was a rough, low-throated laugh that held little true mirth. Once Rand had known this man only as Baalzamon, a name for the Dark One, and had foolishly thought that in killing him, he had defeated the Shadow for good. "I watched you die," Rand said. "I stabbed you through the chest with Kalendor, Isha." "That is not my name," the man interrupted, still watching the flames. "I am known as Moradin now." "The name is irrelevant," Rand said angrily. "You are dead, and this is just a dream." "Just a dream," Moradin said, chuckling. "Yes." The man was clad in a black coat and trousers, the darkness relieved only by red embroidery on the sleeves. Moradin finally looked at him. Flames from the fire cast bright red and orange light across his angular face and unblinking eyes. "Why do you always whine that way? Just a dream. Do you not know that many dreams are more truthful than the waking world?" "You are dead," Rand repeated stubbornly. "So are you. I watched you die, you know. Lashing out in a tempest, creating an entire mountain to mark your cairn. So arrogant." Lews Therin had, upon discovering that he'd killed all that he loved, drawn upon the One Power and destroyed himself, creating Dragonmount in the process. Mention of this event always brought on howls of grief and anger in Rand's mind. But this time there was silence. Moradin turned back to watch the heatless flames. To the side, in the stones of the fireplace, Rand saw movement, flickering bits of shadow, just barely visible through the cracks in the stones. The red-hot heat shone behind, like rock turned molten, and these shadows moved, frantic. Just faintly, Rand could hear scratching. Rats, he realized. There were rats behind the stones, being consumed by the terrible heat trapped on the other side. Their claws scratched, pushing through the cracks as they tried to escape their burning. Some of those tiny hands seemed almost human. Just a dream, Rand told himself forcefully. Just a dream. But he knew the truth of what Moradin had said. Rand's enemy still lived. Light. How many of the others had returned as well? Anger made him grip the armrest of the chair. Perhaps he should have been terrified, but he had stopped running from this creature and his master long ago. Rand had no room left for fear. In fact, it should be Moradin who feared. For the last time they had met, Rand had killed him. How? Rand demanded. Long ago, I promised you that the Great Lord could restore your lost love. Do you not think that he can easily recover one who serves him? Another name for the Dark One was Lord of the Grave. Yes, it was true, even if Rand wished he could deny it. Why should he be surprised to see his enemies return when the Dark One could restore the dead to life? We are all reborn, Moradin continued, spun back into the pattern time and time again. Death is no barrier to my master, save for those who have known Balefire. They are beyond his grasp. It is a wonder we can remember them. Some of the others really were dead. Balefire was the key. But how had Moradin gotten into Rand's dreams? Rand set wards each night. He glanced at Moradin, noticing something odd about the man's eyes. Small black flecks floated about in the whites, crossing back and forth like bits of ash blown in a leisurely wind. The Great Lord can grant you sanity, you know, Moradin said. Your last gift of sanity brought me no comfort, Rand said, surprising himself with the words. That had been Lews Therin's memory, not his own. Yet Lews Therin was gone from his mind. Oddly, Rand felt more stable somehow, here in this place where all else appeared fluid. The pieces of him fit together better. Not perfectly, of course, but better than they had in recent memory. Moradin snorted softly, but said nothing. Rand turned back to the flames, watching them twist and flicker. They formed shapes, like the clouds, but these were headless bodies, skeletal, backs arching in pain, writhing for a moment in fire, spasming before flashing into nothing. Rand watched that fire for a time, thinking. One might have thought that they were two old friends enjoying the warmth of a winter hearth, except that the flames gave no heat, and Rand would someday kill this man again, or die at his hands. Moradin tapped his fingers on the chair. Why have you come here? Come here, Rand thought with shock. Hadn't Moradin brought him? I feel so tired, Moradin continued, closing his eyes. Is that you, or is it me? I could throttle Semirog for what she did. Rand frowned. Was Moradin mad? Ishamael had certainly seemed crazy at the end. It is not time for us to fight, Moradin said, waving a hand at Rand. Go. Leave me in peace. I do not know what would happen to us if we killed one another. The great Lord will have you soon enough. His victory is assured. He has failed before and will fail again, Rand said. I will defeat him. Morden laughed again, the same heartless laugh as before. Perhaps you will, he said. But do you think that matters? Consider it. The wheel turns time and time again. Over and over the ages turn and men fight the great Lord. But someday he will win, and when he does, the wheel will stop. That is why his victory is assured. I think it will be this age, but if not, then in another. When you are victorious, it only leads to another battle. When he is victorious, all things will end. Can you not see that there is no hope for you? Is that what made you turn to his side? Rand asked. You were always so full of thoughts, Elon. Your logic destroyed you, didn't it? There is no path to victory, Moradin said. The only path is to follow the great Lord and rule for a time before all things end. The others are fools. They look for grand rewards in the eternities. But there will be no eternities. Only the now, the last days. He laughed again, and this time there was joy in it. True pleasure. Rand stood. Morden eyed him warily, but did not get up. There is a way to win, Moradin, Rand said. I mean to kill him. Slay the Dark One. Let the wheel turn without his constant taint. Morden gave no reaction. He was still staring at the flames. We are connected, Morden finally said. That is how you came here, I suspect. Though I do not understand our bond myself. I doubt you can understand the magnitude of the stupidity in your statement. Rand felt a flash of anger, but fought it down. He would not be goaded. We shall see. He reached for the one power. It was distant, far away. Rand seized it and felt himself yanked away as if on a line of Sayadine. The room vanished, and so did the one power, as Rand entered a deep blackness.
Rand finally stopped thrashing in his sleep, and Min held her breath, hoping that he wouldn't start again. She sat, legs tucked underneath her, wrapped in a blanket as she read in her chair at the corner of the room. A small lamp flickered and danced on the short table beside her, illuminating her stack of musty books. Falling shale, marks and remarks, monuments past, histories, most of them. Rand sighed softly but did not move. Min released her breath and settled back into her chair, finger marking her place in a copy of Pelateos's Ponderings. With the shutters closed for the night, she could still hear the wind sough in the pines. The room smelled faintly of smoke from the strange fire. Avienda's quick thinking had made a potential disaster into a mere inconvenience. Not that she was being rewarded for it. The wise ones continued to work her as hard as a merchant's last mule. Min hadn't been able to get close enough to her to have a conversation, despite the fact that they'd been in the camp together for some time now. She didn't know how to think of the other woman. They had become a little more comfortable with one another that evening, sharing usquai. But one day did not friends make, and she was definitely uncomfortable about sharing. Min glanced again at Rand, lying on his back, eyes closed, breath coming evenly now. His left arm lay across his blankets, the stump exposed. She didn't know how he managed to sleep with those wounds in his side. As soon as she thought of them, she could feel the pain. It was all part of the rolled-up ball of Rand's emotions in the back of her mind. She had learned to ignore the pain. She'd had to. For him, it would be much, much stronger. How he could stand it, she didn't know. She wasn't Aes Sedai, thank the light, but somehow she had bonded him. It was amazing. She could tell where he was, tell if he was distraught. She could mostly keep his emotions from overwhelming her except when they were passionate. But what woman didn't want to be overwhelmed during those moments? It was a particularly exhilarating experience with the bond, which let her feel both her own desire and the raging tempest of fire that was Rand's desire for her. The thought made her blush, and she pulled open Ponderings to distract herself. Rand needed his sleep, and she was going to let him have it. Besides, she needed to study, although she was confronted by conclusions that she didn't like. These books had belonged to Herod Fell, the kindly old scholar who had joined Rand's school in Cairhien. Min smiled, remembering Fell's distracted way of talking and his confused, yet somehow brilliant, discoveries. Herod Fell was dead now, murdered, torn apart by shadow spawn. He'd discovered something in these books, something he'd intended to tell Rand. Something about the last battle and the seals on the Dark One's prison. Fell had been killed just before he could pass on the information. Perhaps it was coincidence. Perhaps the books had nothing to do with his death. But perhaps they did. Min was determined to find the answers, for Rand and for Herod himself. She put down Ponderings and picked up Thoughts Among the Ruins, a work from over 1,000 years ago. She'd marked a place with a small slip of paper, the very same now worn note that Herod had sent to Rand shortly before the murder. Min turned it over in her fingers, reading it again. Belief and order give strength. Have to clear rubble before you can build. Will explain when see you next. Do not bring girl. Too pretty. She figured, from reading among his books, that she could trace his thoughts. Rand had wanted information on how to seal the Dark One's prison. Could Fell have discovered what she thought he had? She shook her head. What was she doing trying to solve a scholarly mystery? But who else was there? One of the brown Ajah might be better suited, but could they be trusted? Even those who had made their oaths to him might decide that it was in Rand's best interests to keep secrets from him. Rand himself was far too busy, and he was too impatient for books lately anyway. That left Min. She was beginning to piece together some of what he would have to do, but there was more, so much more, that was still unknown. She felt she was getting close, but it worried her to reveal what she'd discovered to Rand. How would he respond? She sighed, scanning the book. She'd never thought that she, of all people, would become a fool for some man. Yet here she was, following him wherever he went, putting his needs before her own. That didn't mean she was his pet, regardless what some of the people in camp said. She followed Rand because she loved him, and she could feel, literally, that he returned her love. Despite the harshness that was invading him bit by bit, despite the anger and the bleakness of his life, he loved her, and so she did what she could to help him. If she could help solve this one puzzle, the puzzle of sealing the Dark One's prison, she could achieve something not just for Rand, but for the world itself. What did it matter if soldiers in the camp didn't know what her value was? It was probably better if everyone assumed her to be dismissible. Any assassin who came to kill Rand should think that he could ignore Min. The would-be killer would soon discover the knives hidden in Min's sleeves. She wasn't as good with them as Tom Marilyn was, but she knew more than enough to kill. Rand turned in his sleep, but settled down again. She loved him. She hadn't chosen to do so, but her heart, or the pattern, or the creator, or whatever was in charge of these things, had made the decision for her, and now she wouldn't change her feelings if she could. If it meant danger, if it meant suffering the looks of men in the camp, if it meant sharing him with others. Rand stirred again. This time he groaned and opened his eyes, sitting up. He raised his hand to his head, somehow managing to look more weary now than he had when he'd gone to sleep. He wore only his small clothes, and his chest was bare. He sat like that for a long moment, then stood up, walking to the shuttered window. Min pushed her book closed. And what do you think you're doing, sheep herder? You barely slept for a couple of hours. He opened the shutters and the window, exposing the dark night beyond. A stray curl of wind made her lamp flame shiver. Rand? Min asked. She could barely hear his voice when he replied. He's inside my head. He was gone during the dream, but he's back now. She resisted sinking down in her chair. Light, but she hated hearing about Rand's madness. She'd hoped that when he healed Saidin, he would be free of the taint's insanities. He? She asked, forcing her voice to be steady. The voice of Luz Theron? He turned, clouded night sky outside the window framing his face, the lamp's uneven illumination leaving his features mostly in shadows. Rand, she said, setting her book aside and joining him beside the window. You have to talk to someone. You can't keep it all inside. I have to be strong. She tugged on his arm, turning him toward her. Keeping me away means you're strong. I'm not. Yes, you are. There are things going on in there, behind those Aiel eyes of yours. Rand, do you think I will stop loving you because of what you hear? You'll be frightened. Oh, she said, folding her arms. So I'm a fragile flower, am I? He opened his mouth, struggling for words, in the way he once had, back when he'd been nothing more than a sheep herder on an adventure. Min, I know you're strong. You know I do. Then trust me to be strong enough to bear what is inside you, she said. We can't just pretend nothing has happened. She forced herself onward. The taint left marks on you. I know it did. But if you can't share it with me, who can you share it with? He ran his hand through his hair, then turned away, beginning to pace. Burn it all, Min. If my enemies discover my weaknesses, they will exploit them. I feel blind. I'm running in the dark on an unfamiliar path. I don't know if there are breaks in the road or if the whole cursed thing ends in a cliff. She laid a hand on his arm as he passed, stopping him. Tell me. You'll think I'm mad. She snorted. I already think you're a wool-headed fool. Can it be much worse than that? He regarded her, and some of the tension left his face. He sat down on the edge of the bed, sighing softly. But it was progress. Semirog was right, Rand said. I hear things, a voice. The voice of Luz Theron, the dragon. He speaks to me and responds to the world around me. Sometimes he tries to seize Saidin from me, and sometimes he succeeds. He's wild, men. Insane. But the things he can do with the One Power are amazing. He stared off into the distance. Min shivered. Light. He let the voice in his head wield the One Power? What did that mean? That he let the mad part of his brain take control? He shook his head. Semirog claims that this is just insanity, tricks of my mind. But Luz Theron knows things that I don't. Things about history, about the One Power. You had a viewing of me that showed two people merging into one. That means that Luz Theron and I are distinct. Two people, men. He's real. She walked over and sat next to him. Rand, he's you. Or you're him. Spun out into the pattern again. Those memories and things you can do, they're remnants from who you were before. No, Rand said. Min, he's insane and I'm not. Besides, he failed. I won't. I won't do it, Min. I won't hurt those I love as he did. And when I defeat the Dark One, I won't leave him able to return a short time later and terrorize us again. 3,000 years, a short time later? She put her arms around him. Does it matter? She asked. If there is another person, or if those are just memories from before, the information is useful. Yes, Rand said, seeming distant again. But I'm afraid to use the One Power. When I do, I risk letting him take control. He can't be trusted. He didn't mean to kill her, but that doesn't change the fact that he did. Light. Ilyena. Was this how it happened to all of them? Each one assuming that they were really sane? and that it was the other person inside of them who did horrible things? "It's done now, Rand," she said, holding him close. "Whatever this voice is, it won't grow any worse. Saidin is cleansed." Rand didn't respond, but he did relax. She closed her eyes, enjoying the feeling of his warmth beside her, particularly since he'd left the window open. "Ishamael lives," Rand said. She snapped her eyes open. "What?" Just when she was beginning to feel comfortable. "I visited him in the world of dreams," Rand said. "And before you ask, no, it wasn't just a nightmare, and it wasn't madness. It was real, and I can't explain how I know. You will just have to trust me." "Ishamael," she whispered. "You killed him." "Yes," Rand said. "In the Stone of Tyr. He has returned, bearing a new face and a new name, but it is him. We should have realized it would happen. The Dark One won't abandon such useful tools without a fight. He can reach beyond the grave. Then how can we win? If everyone we kill just comes back again..." "Balefire," Rand said. "It will kill them for good." "Cadswain said..." "I don't care what Cadswain said," he snarled. "She is my advisor, and she gives advice, only advice. I am the Dragon Reborn, and I will decide how we fight." He stopped, taking a deep breath. "Anyway, it doesn't matter if the Forsaken return. It doesn't matter who or what the Dark One sends at us. In the end, I will destroy him, if possible. If not, then I will at least seal him away so tightly that the world can forget him." He glanced down at her. "For that, I need the voice, Min. Luz Theron knows things, or I know things. Whichever it is, the knowledge is there. In a way, the Dark One's own taint will destroy him, for it is what gave me access to Luz Theron." Min glanced at her books. Herod's little slip of paper still peeked from the depths of Thoughts Among the Ruins. "Rand," she said, "you have to destroy the seals to the Dark One's prison." He looked at her, frowning. "I'm sure of it," she said. "I've been reading Herod's books all this time, and I believe that's what he meant by clearing away the rubble. In order to rebuild the Dark One's prison, you will first need to open it. Clear away the patch made on the bore." She had expected him to be incredulous. Shockingly, he just nodded. "Yes," he said. "Yes, that sounds right. I doubt that many will wish to hear it. If those seals are broken, there is no way to tell what will happen. If I fail to contain him..." The prophecies didn't say Rand would win, only that he would fight. Min shivered again, blasted window, but met Rand's gaze. "You'll win. You'll defeat him." He sighed. "Faith in a madman, Min?" "Faith in you, sheep herder." Suddenly viewings spun around his head. She ignored them most of the time unless they were new, but now she picked them out. Fireflies consumed in darkness. 3 women before a pyre. Flashes of light, darkness, shadow. Signs of death. Crowns, injuries, pain, and hope. A tempest around Randall Thor, stronger than any physical storm. "We still don't know what to do," he said. "The seals are brittle enough that I could break them in my hands, but what then? How do I stop him? Does it say anything of that in your books?" "It's hard to tell," she admitted. "The clues, if that's what they are vague. I will keep looking. I promise. I'll find answers for you." He nodded, and she was surprised to feel his trust through the bond. That was a frighteningly rare emotion from him recently, but he did seem softer than he had during previous days. Still stone, but perhaps with some few cracks, willing to let her inside. It was a beginning. She tightened her arms around him and closed her eyes again. A place to begin, but with so little time left, it would have to do. Carefully shielding her burning candle, Avienda lit the pole-mounted lantern. It flickered a light, illuminating the green around her. Slumbering soldiers snored in rows of tents. The evening was cold, the air crisp, and branches rattled in the distance. A lonely owl hooted, and Avienda was exhausted. She'd crossed the grounds 50 times, lighting the lantern, blowing it out, then jogging back across the green and lighting her candle at the manor before walking carefully, shielding the flame, to light the lantern again. Another month of these punishments and she'd probably go as mad as a wetlander. The wise ones would wake one morning and find her going for a swim, or carrying a half-full water skin, or even riding a horse for pleasure. She sighed, too exhausted to think any further, and turned toward the Aiel section of camp to finally sleep. Someone was standing behind her. She started, hand going to her dagger, but relaxed as she recognized Amis. Of all the wise ones, only she, a former maiden, could have sneaked up on Avienda. The wise one stood with hands clasped before her, brown shawl and skirt flapping slightly in the wind. Avienda's skin prickled at the particularly chilly gust. Amis's silver hair seemed almost ghostly in the evening light. A pine needle passing on the breeze had gotten lodged in it. "You approach your punishments with such dedication, child," Amis said. Avienda looked down. Pointing out her activities was to shame her. Was she running out of time? Had the wise ones finally decided to give up on her? "Please, wise one, I only do as duty demands." "Yes, you do," Amis said. She reached up, running her hand through her hair, and found the pine needle, then let it drop to the dead grass. "And also, you do not. Sometimes, Avienda, we are so concerned with the things we have done that we do not stop to consider the things we have not." Avienda was glad for the darkness, which hid her shameful blush. In the distance, a soldier rang the evening bell to chime the hour, the soft metal ringing with 11 melancholy peals. How did she respond to Amis's comments? There didn't seem to be any proper response. Avienda was saved by a flash of light just beyond the camp. It was faint, but in the darkness the flicker was easy to notice. "What?" the wise one asked, noticing Avienda's gaze and turning to follow it. "Light," Avienda said. "From the traveling grounds." Amis frowned, then the two of them moved toward the grounds. Soon they encountered Damer Flynn, Davram Bashir, a small guard of Saldeans and Aiel walking into the camp. What did one think of a creature such as Flynn? The taint had been cleansed, but this man, and many of the others, had come asking to learn before that had happened. Avienda herself would have sooner embraced Sightblinder himself as done that, but they had proven to be powerful weapons. Amis and Avienda moved to the side as the small party hurried toward the manor house, lit only by the distant flickering torches and the cloud-covered sky above. Though most of the force sent to meet the Shanshan had been made up of Bashir's soldiers, there were several maidens in the group. Amis locked eyes with one of them, an older woman named Korana. She hung back, and though it was difficult to tell in the darkness, she looked concerned, perhaps angry. "What news?" Amis asked. "The invaders, these Shanshan." Korana nearly spat the word. "They have agreed to another meeting with the Karakarn." Amis nodded. Korana, however, sniffed audibly, short hair ruffling in the chill breeze. "Speak," Amis said. "The Karakarn sues too hard for peace," Korana replied. "These Shanshan have given him reason to declare a blood feud, but he simpers and panders to them. I feel like a trained dog, sent to lick the feet of a stranger." Amis glanced at Avienda. "What do you say to this, Avienda?" "My heart agrees with her words, wise one. But while the Karakarn is a fool in some things, he is not being one now. My mind agrees with him, and in this case it is the mind I would follow." "How can you say that?" Korana snapped. She emphasized the you, as if to imply that Avienda, recently a maiden, should understand. "Which is more important, Korana?" Avienda replied, raising her chin. "The argument you have with another maiden, or the feud your clan has with its enemy? The clan comes first, of course, but what does that matter? The Shan-Chan deserve to be fought, Aviendha said, and you are right that it pains to ask them for peace. But you forget that we have a greater enemy. Sightblinder himself has a feud with all men, and our duty is larger than feuds between nations. Amis nodded. There will be time enough to show the Shan-Chan the weight of our spears at another date. Korana shook her head. Wise one, you sound like a wetlander. What care have we for their prophecies and stories? Randalthor's duty as Kara Karn is much greater than his duty to the wetlanders. He must lead us to glory. Amis stared harshly at the blonde maiden. You speak like a Shido. Korana locked her stare for a moment, then wilted, turning away. Pardon, wise one, she finally said. I have tow. But you should know that the Shan-Chan had Aiel in their camps. What? Aviendha asked. They were leashed, Korana said, like their tame Aes Sedai. They were being shown off like prizes for our arrival, I suspect. I recognized many Shido among them. Amis hissed softly. Shido or not, Aiel being held as Damani was a grave insult, and the Shan-Chan were flaunting their captives. She gripped her dagger. What do you say now? Amis glanced at Aviendha. Aviendha gritted her teeth. The same, wise one, though I'd almost rather cut out my tongue than admit it. Amis nodded, looking back at Korana. Do not think that we will ignore this insult, Korana. Vengeance will come. Once this war is done, the Shan-Chan will feel the storm of our arrows and the tips of our spears, but not until after. Go tell the two clan chiefs what you have told me. Korana nodded. She would meet her toh later, in private, with Amis, and left. Dahmer Flynn and the others had already reached the manor house. Would they wake Rand? He was sleeping now, though Aviendha had been forced to mute her bond in the middle of her night's punishment, lest she endure sensations that she'd rather have avoided. At least, she'd rather have avoided them second-hand. There will be dangerous words of this among the spears, Amis said thoughtfully. There will be calls to attack, demands that the Kara Karn give up his attempts to make peace. Will they stay with him when he refuses? Aviendha asked. Of course they will, Amis said. They're Aiel. She glanced at Aviendha. We haven't much time, child. Perhaps it is time to stop coddling you. I will think up better punishments for you starting tomorrow. Coddling me? Aviendha watched Amis stalk away. They couldn't possibly come up with anything more useless or demeaning. But she'd learned long ago not to underestimate Amis. With a sigh, Aviendha broke into a trot, heading back toward her tent.